This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still get sick to my stomach when I think about what happened to me in 2005. I was only 15, living with my mum in a small Scottish coastal town where nothing ever happened. At least that's what I thought. I had this part-time job at the pleasure fair and bowling alley by the seafront after school and on weekends. It wasn't glamorous, cleaning up spilled drinks, wiping down bowling shoes with that gross disinfectant spray, and sometimes working the cotton candy machine when they were short-staffed. But we needed the money. My mum was raising me on her own, and even though she never complained, I could see how hard she worked just to keep us afloat. That Friday in November, I was excited because I was going to visit my boyfriend Scott after my shift. We'd been dating for about 3 months, and he lived in this posh area outside the city with his family. It was a proper house with a garden and everything, not like our cramped flat above the chippy that always smelled like cooking oil. I remember checking my appearance in the staff bathroom mirror before leaving work. I had this ridiculous fringe that I was growing out, and I kept trying to make it look decent. I'd saved up for ages to buy this baby blue eyeshadow from Boots that my mum said made me look cheap. But Scott had once mentioned he liked it. I was wearing my favorite jeans, the ones with little embroidered flowers on the back pockets, and my work polo shirt that I couldn't change out of. I'd sprayed myself with so much Charlie Red that the other girls at work had been taking the piss all day. The plan was for me to take 2 buses after work. The first one would take me to the main bus station downtown, and then I'd catch the 74 to the stop near Scott's house. His mom had promised to drive me home later that evening. I was dead chuffed about that because it meant I'd get to skip the journey back, which would have been a nightmare that late. The first bus was packed with Friday, night folk heading into town, some already pissed and loud, others just tired from work. I squeezed into a seat next to this old woman who kept giving me dirty looks whenever my elbow accidentally brushed hers. I just kept staring out the window, watching our little town's lights flicker past. When I got to the central bus station, I had about 15 minutes to kill before the 74 arrived. It was already dark out. Winter in Scotland means the sun basically disappears by 4 in the afternoon. I remember standing under this flickering fluorescent light, scrolling through messages on my pink Motorola Razr, the one I'd begged Mum for that past Christmas. She'd worked extra shifts for months to get it for me. The 74 finally pulled up. It wasn't very full to begin with, maybe 8 or 9 people scattered about. I settled into a seat in the middle, not wanting to seem weird by sitting right at the front or hiding in the back. As we pulled away from the station, I texted Scott to let him know I was on my way. I was so wrapped up in my own little world that I didn't really pay attention as people gradually got off at their stops. The route took us away from the city center, through these increasingly posh suburbs with bigger and bigger houses. Each time we stopped, another person would get off. It wasn't until we were well outside the city that I realized there were only 3 people left on the bus: me, the driver, and this bloke sitting near the front. He was maybe in his late 20s or early 30s, wearing a dark jacket. Nothing particularly memorable about him except that he kept glancing back at me. The houses outside started to get farther apart, with more fields and dark patches between them. The streetlights became fewer and farther between until we were mostly traveling through darkness. The headlights of the bus, the only real illumination. I started feeling uneasy, especially when I realized the other passenger hadn't pushed the bell for any stops. When we reached what seemed like the middle of nowhere, the official terminus according to the electronic display, the other passenger still hadn't gotten off. Instead, he walked up to the driver and started chatting with him like they were mates. My heart sank. They knew each other. I glanced out the window. There was absolutely nothing around us. No buildings, no streetlights, not even another car passing by. Just darkness. We were at some kind of isolated turning point where the bus would normally wait before heading back in the opposite direction. But there were no other buses, no shelter, no people. Nothing but an empty, dark road stretching in both directions. The driver switched off the engine. Then he killed the interior lights, plunging the bus into darkness. I froze, my hand immediately going to my phone in my pocket. "Taking my break now," he called out in a flat voice, not even turning around to look at me. 15 minutes. I didn't respond. I couldn't. My throat had closed up completely. I heard them both get up and exit the bus, the doors hissing shut behind them. Through the window, I could see them standing just outside, lighting up cigarettes. The orange glow from their fags was the only light besides the dim screen of my phone. I debated what to do. Should I call Mum, Scott? But to tell them what? That I was freaked out because a bus driver was taking his break. That didn't sound like an emergency. I told myself I was being stupid, that I'd watched too many horror films. They were just having a smoke break. Then I heard them talking. At first, it was just muffled voices, but as they relaxed, they got louder. They clearly didn't think I could hear them, or maybe they just didn't care. "Like last weekend," the passenger was saying. "That blonde one was so off her face she could barely stand." The driver laughed. "They're always like that coming back from the clubs. Best time, innit? They're too pissed to even remember what happened the next day." My blood ran cold as their conversation continued. They were talking about girls, drunk girls they'd picked up or given rides to. The way they described what they'd done, I felt physically sick. They were bragging about it, comparing stories like they were talking about football scores or something. "The young ones are the best," the driver said at one point. Too scared to say anything after. I sat completely still, hardly daring to breathe. My phone was clutched so tightly in my hand that my knuckles had gone white. I pulled up my Mum's number, my thumb hovering over the call button, but I was terrified they'd hear me talking. After what felt like forever but was probably only about 10 minutes, they flicked their cigarettes away and started heading back to the bus. I quickly shoved my phone back in my pocket and pretended to be looking out the window. The doors opened and they both got back on. But instead of the driver going back to his seat, they both came down the aisle toward me. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. "All on your own tonight, darling?" the driver asked, stopping right next to my seat. He was a big bloke, maybe in his 40s, with this belly hanging over his belt. Up close, I could smell the cigarettes and something else. Whiskey, I think. I nodded, trying to look confident. "My boyfriend's mum is picking me up at the next stop," I lied, hoping they'd think someone was expecting me soon. "Boyfriend, eh?" the passenger said, leaning against the seat in front of me. "Bit young for boyfriends, aren't you?" "I'm 18, I lied again, my voice barely above a whisper. The driver snorted. "No, you're not. What are you, 15? 16? I didn't answer, which was apparently answer enough for them. "Virgin?" the passenger asked suddenly, with this horrible smirk on his face. My face went hot. I looked down at my hands, wishing I could disappear. "Leave her alone. She's shy," the driver said, but he was laughing. Where are you heading anyway, sweetheart? Not much out this way except the posh houses. My boyfriend lives out here, I mumbled, still not making eye contact. Ooh, got yourself a rich boyfriend, the passenger said mockingly. Bet his parents don't know he's robbing the cradle. The driver leaned in closer. You look like a clever girl, clever enough to keep secrets, I bet. That's when the radio on the driver's belt crackled to life, making me jump. 74, what's your 20? You're running behind, a voice barked through the static. The driver straightened up, cursing under his breath. He grabbed the radio and walked back toward the front, muttering something about being on his break. I could feel the passenger still watching me. He lingered for a moment longer before saying, "See you around, jailbait," and following the driver to the front. The engine started up again, and the lights flickered back on. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. As we pulled away from the terminus, I kept my eyes fixed on the map of stops on my phone, counting down until we'd reach the one near Scott's house. When we finally approached my stop, I waited until the absolute last second before pressing the bell. The bus slowed down, and I bolted for the door, nearly tripping in my rush to get out. "Bye, darling," the driver called after me. "Sweet dreams tonight." They both laughed as the doors closed behind me. I ran the whole way to Scott's house, not looking back once. By the time I got there, I was shaking and out of breath. Scott's mom took one look at my face and knew something was wrong. I broke down in tears in her kitchen and told her everything. She wanted to call the police right away. She even called my mom, who rushed over in a taxi. They were both furious, talking about reporting the driver, getting CCTV footage from the bus, all of it. But I begged them not to. I was terrified those men would find out where I lived, where I worked. In the end, they reluctantly agreed, but only after I promised never to travel alone at night again. That was 16 years ago. I'm 31 now, and I still get anxious on buses. I still check who else is on board before sitting down. I still hold my keys between my fingers when walking alone at night. Sometimes I wonder how many girls weren't as lucky as me. How many didn't have their phones, or didn't have someone waiting for them, or got off at more isolated stops. The worst part is that I'll never know if reporting them could have saved someone else. That guilt has stayed with me, and sometimes, when I'm waiting at a bus stop in the dark, I find myself scanning the faces of approaching drivers, terrified I'll recognize one from that night, because they're still out there, and they know what I look like. Story 2. I've been in law enforcement for 25 years now, and I've seen things most people only encounter in nightmares. Domestic disputes gone wrong, horrific car accidents, drug deals turned deadly. You name it, I've probably seen it. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, has haunted me like what happened that October afternoon in 1993. I was a deputy sheriff in Carson County, Texas back then. Most days were pretty routine, small-town problems, nothing major. That particular day started like any other. I remember it was unusually warm for October, and I was looking forward to getting home to watch the Rangers game after my shift. Around 3 in the afternoon, dispatch called about a disturbance at 1433 Murray Drive. Man acting erratically, they said. Nothing that sounded too concerning. In a small town like ours, that usually meant someone had too much to drink or was having some kind of mental health episode. I radioed back that I was on my way. Murray Drive was in a quiet neighborhood, mostly older folks and middle-aged couples. Not exactly a hot spot for trouble. I remember thinking it would be a quick call, calm someone down, maybe give them a ride to the station to sober up or to the county hospital if they needed help. As I turned onto Murray Drive, I noticed a small crowd gathered on the sidewalk near 1433. Not unusual when something's happening in a neighborhood where excitement is rare, but something felt different. These people weren't just curious. They looked shocked, traumatized even. Some were crying, others just standing there with vacant expressions. I pulled up and stepped out of my cruiser. The air smelled wrong. If you've ever been near a serious fire, you know that smell. Except there was something else mixed in, something that made my stomach turn. It wasn't just wood or plastic burning, it was something organic. That's when I saw him. In the middle of the front lawn lay what I initially thought was a mannequin or some kind of Halloween decoration. It was only as I got closer that I realized I was looking at human remains. The body, what was left of it, was severely charred, almost unrecognizable as human. The clothing had mostly burned away, and the skin was blackened and cracked like overdone barbecue. Parts of the skeleton were visible where the fire had burned hottest. But what struck me immediately, what still keeps me up at night all these years later, was the grass. The perfectly green, completely untouched grass around the body. Not a single blade was singed or discolored. The body looked like it had been carefully placed there after being burned elsewhere, except I knew from the witnesses that wasn't the case. He just burst into flames, a woman to my right said, her voice shaking. I recognized her as Sharon McManus, who lived across the street. Right in front of us, he was screaming that his skin was burning, running around like a madman, and then he just ignited. I called for backup and emergency services immediately. Possible fatality at 1433 Murray Drive, I said, into my radio, trying to keep my voice level. Need fire department and medical examiner. While waiting for backup, I secured the scene and started gathering witness statements. Every single account told the same impossible story. The victim, identified by neighbors as Paul Weldon, the homeowner, had been working in his yard when he suddenly began acting strangely. He started screaming that his skin was burning, that he could feel heat inside him. At first, neighbors thought he was having some kind of medical emergency or mental breakdown. Then, according to multiple witnesses, flames appeared on his clothing, seemingly out of nowhere, not starting from a pocket where he might have had matches or a lighter, not spreading from any external source. The flames simply manifested, engulfing him within seconds. What happened next defied everything I understood about fire. Weldon ran across his lawn, completely consumed by flames, screaming in agony. He collapsed in the spot where his body now lay. The fire burned intensely for maybe 2 minutes before suddenly extinguishing itself, not gradually dying down, just stopping as if someone had flipped a switch. By the time backup arrived, I had interviewed 6 witnesses. Every single one told essentially the same story, with the kind of minor inconsistencies you'd expect from people who'd witnessed something traumatic, not the kind that raise red flags about fabrication. The fire department arrived, and I watched their faces as they encountered the same confounding scene I had. The fire investigator, a 20-year veteran named Martinez, looked completely baffled. He knelt down near the body, careful not to disturb anything, and examined the grass and nearby areas with meticulous attention. "Deputy Wenzel," he said after several minutes, "in all my years, I've never seen anything like this. There's no burn pattern, no point of origin. The grass should be damaged. Everything within at least a few feet should show signs of heat, exposure." He tested the area for accelerants. Nothing. Checked for any possible ignition sources. Nothing. Examined the body as thoroughly as possible without moving it. Nothing that explained what we were seeing. "If I didn't know better," Martinez said quietly, almost as if he didn't want to be overheard, I'd say we're looking at a case of spontaneous human combustion. I'd heard of that phenomenon, of course. Who hasn't? But I'd always dismissed it as pseudoscientific nonsense, the kind of thing you read about in tabloids at the grocery store checkout. Yet here I was, staring at evidence I couldn't explain any other way. The medical examiner arrived about 40 minutes after my initial call. Dr. Harriet Coleman was a no-nonsense woman who'd been doing her job for longer than I'd been in law enforcement. I'd never seen her rattled by anything until that day. She examined the body in silence, her expression growing increasingly troubled. When she finally spoke, her voice was uncharacteristically hesitant. "The pattern of burning is unusual," she said. "In normal fire deaths, there's a predictable pattern to how a body burns. This doesn't follow that pattern. The damage is too uniform, too complete in some areas, while others are barely touched. And there's the issue of the surroundings." She gestured to the pristine grass. "What are we dealing with here, Doc?" I asked. She shook her head. "I'll know more after the autopsy, but I'll tell you this much. In 30 years of forensic medicine, I've never seen anything quite like this." As the body was carefully moved onto a gurney for transport, I noticed something that sent another chill through me. The ground beneath the body, which had been completely hidden until now, was also untouched. No scorch marks, no melting, nothing to indicate that an intensely hot fire had burned there just hours earlier. I spent the rest of that day completing paperwork and trying to make sense of what I'd witnessed. The preliminary report from Dr. Coleman came in around 9 that evening. Cause of death was listed as extensive thermal injuries consistent with immolation, but the manner of death was listed as undetermined. The toxicology report would take weeks, but initial findings showed no obvious presence of accelerants on or in the body. I drove home that night with a sense of unease I'd never experienced before. In law enforcement, we're taught that there's a logical explanation for everything. You just have to find it. But what happens when you encounter something that defies logic? The next few weeks were a blur of investigation that led nowhere. The fire department's official report noted the unusual circumstances but couldn't provide an explanation. The medical examiner's final report was similarly inconclusive. Toxicology showed nothing unusual in Weldon's system. No drugs, no chemicals that might explain spontaneous ignition. We looked into Weldon's background, hoping for some clue. He was 56, divorced, worked as an accountant at a local firm. No history of mental illness, no enemies anyone knew of, no strange behavior prior to that day. His ex-wife, interviewed by phone from her home in Oklahoma, was shocked but had no insights to offer. They'd been divorced for 8 years, had remained on decent terms, and spoken occasionally about their adult daughter. The case has officially remained open all these years, classified as an unexplained death. But no new evidence has ever emerged. I've thought about that day thousands of times since then. I've researched spontaneous human combustion extensively, read every scientific paper and theory I could find. Some suggest it could be caused by something called the wick effect, where body fat acts like a candle wick when ignited. Others propose static electricity or chemical reactions within the body, or even ball lightning. But none of these theories explain what I saw that day. None explain how a human being could burn so completely while leaving the surrounding area, down to the very grass beneath his body, completely untouched. I'm not a superstitious man. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or supernatural forces. But that October afternoon on Murray Drive shook my understanding of reality in a way nothing else has before or since. What happened to Paul Weldon? How did he burst into flames with no external ignition source? Why didn't the fire spread to anything else? How could it burn hot enough to reduce portions of his body to ash, yet not leave a single mark on the grass beneath him? I'm 58 now and retiring next month. In all my years of service, I've solved hundreds of cases, brought closure to countless families. But the image of that charred body on pristine green grass haunts me still. It's the one case I'll never be able to close, the one question I'll never be able to answer. Whatever happened at 1433 Murray Drive that day, it wasn't anything they taught us about at the academy. And sometimes, in the middle of the night when I can't sleep, I wonder if there are forces at work in our world that we simply don't understand, and maybe never will. Story 3. I've never shared this story before. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I need to get this off my chest. For 15 years, my family lived with a ghost named Jason, and we could talk to him through our radio. We moved into our house in rural Indiana when I was 13. It was this massive Victorian place built in 1880-something that used to be a small hotel back in the day. My parents got it for dirt cheap because it needed so much work, but Dad was handy and Mom loved old houses, so it seemed perfect. My younger siblings, Ellie, who was 10, and Matt, who was 7, thought it was the coolest thing ever. This huge old creaky place with hidden corners and weird little rooms. I knew something was off the very first night. I woke up around 3 in the morning feeling like someone was watching me. I looked toward my doorway and saw this dark shape, like a shadow but denser somehow. When I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it was just new house jitters, but the weird stuff kept happening. We'd hear footsteps in the hallway when everyone was accounted for. Things would move, not dramatically flying across the room or anything, but you'd put your keys down and find them somewhere else later. The basement was the worst. There was this one room down there that none of us liked. It had been a storage area or something, no windows, just this heavy wooden door. Every time I went down for laundry, I'd feel this crushing dread when I passed that door. Even my dad, who doesn't believe in anything supernatural, avoided it. Just keep it locked, he'd say. Probably not structurally sound in there anyway. One night when I was 16, I was studying late and heard what sounded like a child laughing in the hallway. I went to check on Matt, but he was sound asleep. When I turned around, I swear I saw a small figure dart into my parents' room. I followed, but there was nothing there except my parents sleeping. The next morning, Mom mentioned having a dream about a little boy in old-fashioned clothes standing by her bed. We all had experiences like that for years, but we just learned to live with it. We'd joke about our house ghost whenever something weird happened. Must be the ghost when the lights flickered or someone's got a visitor, when one of us felt that unmistakable being watched feeling. Then I left for college in California when I was 18. About 3 months after I moved out, my mom called me, sounding excited but nervous. "Something strange is happening with the radio in the kitchen," she said. Our kitchen had this old digital radio that stayed on most of the time, just background noise while cooking or doing dishes. Mom said it had started changing volume on its own. At first, they thought it was just malfunctioning, but then they noticed a pattern. "Your dad asked out loud if someone was there," Mom explained, her voice dropping to a whisper, and the volume went up, then down, then up again. They'd figured out a system. Volume up meant yes, volume down meant no. Through a series of questions, they discovered they were talking to a boy named Jason who had died in the house in 1905. He was 5 years old. I thought they were messing with me, honestly. It sounded ridiculous. But then Mom put me on speaker and told me to ask a question. "Is there really someone there?" I said, feeling stupid. The volume went up. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. Over the next few weeks, my family developed a whole communication system with Jason. They figured out that he could make the digital numbers on the radio display flash, so they assigned letters to numbers. 1 was A, 2 was B, and so on. It was slow, but he could spell things out. Jason told them he lived in the house with his mother and father. His mother was kind, but his father was bad. When my parents asked what he meant by bad, Jason wouldn't answer. The radio just went silent. When I came home for Christmas break, I was equal parts skeptical and freaked out. My siblings were totally comfortable with the whole thing. Ellie, now 15, would chat with Jason while doing homework. Matt would ask him to guess what he was drawing, and somehow Jason always knew. But when I tried to communicate with him that first night back, nothing happened. The radio stayed silent. "He's mad at you," Ellie said matter-of-factly. "What? Why would a ghost be mad at me?" "Remember that time in your senior year when you screamed at nothing in your room?" Matt asked. "You said something was messing with your stuff?" I did remember. About 6 months before I left for college, I'd had a meltdown because things in my room kept moving. My hairbrush would be on my bed when I'd left it on the dresser. My textbooks would be open to different pages. One morning I woke up to find all my shoes lined up perfectly in the middle of the room. I'd screamed into the empty room, "Stop touching my stuff, leave me alone." "That was Jason," Ellie said. "He was trying to play with you." Something about that gave me chills. I hadn't told anyone about those incidents. That night, I went to my old room and felt ridiculous as I spoke to the empty air. "Jason, I'm sorry I yelled at you. I didn't know you were just trying to be friendly." The next morning, the radio was playing when I came down for breakfast, even though no one else was in the kitchen. When I said good morning, the volume went up twice. Over the next few days, Jason showed us just how much he could do. He could ring the doorbell when no one was there. He could move crayons around on paper to draw simple pictures, mostly stick figures and houses. Most impressive, and honestly terrifying, was that he could apparently leave the house. One night, we asked if he could see what my aunt was doing in her house 20 miles away. The radio clicked and the numbers flashed. SLEEPINGBLUEPJS. Mom called my aunt the next morning. "What color pajamas were you wearing last night?" "Blue. Why?" As the years passed, Jason became more powerful. He figured out how to manipulate other electronics. The printer would start up and print out simple messages. The TV would switch to specific channels to answer questions. Once my mom's phone typed out a message in her notes app. "Happy birthday, Mommy," on her birthday. By the time I was 23 and visiting from grad school, Jason had become such a normal part of family life that I almost forgot how bizarre it all was. I was home for a week that summer when I had the most vivid dream. In it, a small boy in a white hooded robe like an old-fashioned nightgown stood at the foot of my bed. His face was pale but not scary, just solemn. "My father doesn't like you," he said, "but Mom says you're nice." I woke up with a start. The room was empty, but my door was wide open, though I specifically remembered closing it before bed. At breakfast, I mentioned the dream. Ellie nearly choked on her cereal. "I've had that exact same dream, the white robe thing and everything." It turned out everyone in the family had experienced the same dream at different times. Jason in his white night clothes, standing in our rooms, talking to us. Through our radio conversations, we learned more about Jason over the years. He'd died of scarlet fever. His mother had been a cook at the hotel. His father had been cruel to both of them. When we asked if his father was still in the house too, the radio went completely dead for 3 days. When it came back on, Jason told us something chilling. "I will stay until Sarah turns 28. Then we moved to the next phase." I was 24 at the time. Nobody knew what he meant by the next phase, and he wouldn't explain further. The most unsettling incident happened when I was 26. I was home visiting, and we were all sitting in the living room listening to music on the radio. Suddenly, the music cut out and static filled the speakers. Through the static, we heard what sounded like a child's voice singing a nursery rhyme. It was faint but unmistakable. "Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies." Then a deeper voice growled, "Enough!" and the radio shut off completely. We all looked at each other in shock. That had never happened before. When the radio turned back on by itself a few minutes later, we asked if that was Jason singing. "Volume up." "Yes." "Who was the other voice?" Dad asked. The digital display flashed. "FATHER." "Is he dangerous?" Mom whispered. No response. "Is he dangerous to us?" she asked again. The volume went down. "No." "Is he dangerous to you, Jason?" The volume went up. "Yes." After that night, things intensified. We'd hear scratching in the walls at night. The basement door, the one to that room we all avoided, would be found unlocked even though we always kept it secured. Once, Matt found all the kitchen knives arranged in a circle on the counter when he came down for breakfast, though everyone swore they hadn't done it. When I asked Jason if his father was doing these things, the volume went up frantically, over and over. My 28th birthday approached. I'd moved back to the Midwest by then, living about an hour away from my parents. I came home for my birthday weekend, curious and a little afraid of what might happen. The night before my birthday, we all sat in the kitchen with the radio on. It was almost midnight. "Jason," I said, "tomorrow's my birthday. You said you'd be leaving after that. Is that still true?" "Volume up." "Yes." "Where are you going?" Mom asked. The display flashed. "NEXT." "The next what?" Dad pressed. "HOUSE." We all looked at each other. "There are other houses you go to?" I asked. "Volume up." "Yes." "How many have there been?" Ellie wondered. The display showed 7. "We're the 7th family you've been with?" I clarified. "Volume up." "Yes." "Will we ever see you again?" Matt asked. He was 19 now, but had grown up with Jason as a weird sort of sibling. "Volume down." "No." "Will we hear from your father after you're gone?" I asked hesitantly. There was a long pause before the volume went down. "No." Just then, the kitchen lights flickered. The radio display began flashing rapidly, not showing numbers but just blinking on and off. The volume surged up to maximum, then dropped to minimum, then back up again. "Jason?" Mom called over the noise. "Are you okay?" The display stabilized and showed HECOMING, then GOODBYE. The radio shut off completely. At that exact moment, the basement door slammed open with a bang that echoed through the house. We all jumped up, and Dad grabbed a knife from the counter. We huddled together as heavy footsteps sounded on the basement stairs. Thump, 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 but nothing came through the doorway. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and then nothing, just silence. After what felt like forever, Dad cautiously approached the basement door and looked down. "There's nothing there," he said, his voice shaking slightly. We searched the entire house, but everything was normal. The radio wouldn't turn on again that night, no matter what we tried. The next day, my 28th birthday, we waited for something to happen, but nothing did. The radio worked normally. No footsteps, no moved objects, no feeling of being watched. The oppressive feeling that had always lingered in the basement was gone too. Jason was gone. It's been 3 years now, and we haven't had a single unexplained event in the house since. Sometimes I find myself speaking to an empty room, asking Jason if he's still there, but there's never any response. I've researched the history of our house and found records of a boy named Jason who died there in 1905 of scarlet fever. His father, a hotel manager, died by suicide 2 years later. I often wonder about those other 6 families and what's happening with family number 8. Sometimes I catch myself watching the volume on my car radio, hoping for a sign. But I know he's gone. Whatever the next phase was, they've moved on to it, and I still have no explanation for what lived with us for all those years. Story 4. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Growing up Navajo means there are some things we just don't talk about with outsiders, but I can't keep this bottled up anymore. And maybe writing it out will help me make sense of what happened that summer when I was 15. Every summer since I was little, my parents would send me to stay with my uncle and aunt on the reservation. They lived in this beat-up trailer way out in the middle of nowhere, about 40 minutes from the nearest town. No internet, barely any cell service, and surrounded by these massive pine trees that seemed to swallow all sound after dark. The kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. I actually used to love going there. My cousins and I would spend all day exploring, climbing rocks, and listening to my uncle's stories about our ancestors. But that summer, the summer of 2014, changed everything. It started with the dog. I remember the exact moment I first saw it. I was sitting on the front steps of the trailer, reading a book, when movement caught my eye. There, at the edge of the property, was this medium-sized mutt, mostly brown with patches of black. Nothing special about it, really, except for its face. Its mouth was stretched unnaturally wide, giving it this permanent grin that made my skin crawl. Like someone had taken a regular dog's face and pulled the corners of its mouth too far back. "Uncle Joe," I called, not taking my eyes off the animal. "There's a stray dog out here." My uncle came outside, wiping his hands on a dish towel. He squinted at the dog, which just stood there staring back at us. "Poor thing's probably hungry," he said, and went inside to get some leftover stew meat. I wanted to stop him. Something about the way that dog stared made me uneasy, but I told myself I was being silly. It's just a stray, probably abused by its previous owners. That's why it looks so weird. My uncle tossed the meat onto the dirt about 10 feet from the trailer. The dog approached cautiously, that weird smile never changing, and ate. After that, it just sat there, watching us. "Looks like we got ourselves a pet," Uncle Joe laughed. Over the next few days, the dog, which my 7-year-old cousin Lily named Shelley, became a fixture around the property. It never tried to come inside the trailer, just hung around outside, watching, always watching. My aunt put out water and food scraps, but she never touched the dog. I noticed she wouldn't even look directly at it. "What's wrong with Shelley's face?" Lily asked me one afternoon as we watched the dog from the window. "I don't know," I said. "Maybe she got hurt." "She looks like she's always smiling," Lily said, "but not a happy smile. Kids have a way of getting right to the heart of things. That smile wasn't happy at all. It was wrong." About a week after Shelley showed up, I was taking the trash out after dinner. The sun had just set, and that deep reservation darkness was settling in. The kind of darkness you can feel on your skin. As I dumped the trash bag into the bin, I heard something that made me freeze. A woman humming. It was coming from behind the trailer. My first thought was, it must be my aunt. But I'd just left her washing dishes in the kitchen. The humming was soft, almost melodic, but there was something off about the tune. Something that made the hair on my arms stand up. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin in the growing darkness. The humming stopped immediately. I walked slowly around the side of the trailer, my heart hammering in my chest. When I turned the corner, there was nobody there, just Shelley, sitting motionless, watching me with those unblinking eyes, that unchanging smile. I ran back inside and didn't mention it to anyone. That night, though, I couldn't sleep. Around 3 in the morning, I heard the humming again, this time right outside my window. I pulled the blanket over my head and squeezed my eyes shut, telling myself it was just the wind. But wind doesn't hum melodies, and wind doesn't gradually shift from humming to what sounded like whimpering and then to crying. The next morning, everyone looked tired, like no one had slept well. My aunt was especially quiet as she made breakfast, her movements jerky and tense. Uncle Joe kept looking out the window, his face grim. I was helping clear the breakfast dishes when my cousin Danny suddenly pointed out the window. "Look at that owl." We all turned to look. There, perched on the fence post near our front door, was an enormous great-horned owl in broad daylight. But what made my blood run cold was what I saw gleaming on one of its ear tufts, something that looked exactly like a small silver earring. My uncle's reaction was immediate and violent. He grabbed his shotgun from behind the door and ran outside, screaming words in Navajo that I didn't fully understand. The owl took off, but not before making a sound that will haunt me forever, a cackle that sounded mockingly human. When Uncle Joe came back inside, his face was ashen. He and my aunt exchanged looks, and she immediately began closing all the blinds and windows in the trailer. "What's going on?" I asked, fear gnawing at my stomach. "Nothing for you to worry about," my uncle said, but his voice shook slightly. "We're going to have a blessing ceremony tonight. Go help your aunt gather cedar." As I followed my aunt out to collect cedar branches, I noticed Shelley was nowhere to be seen. When I mentioned this, my aunt visibly shuddered. "I saw that dog last night," she whispered, looking around nervously. "It was standing outside our bedroom window, just standing there, smiling up at me." She clutched the cedar branches tighter. "That's not a normal smile, Maya. No dog smiles like that." When we got back, Uncle Joe was loading something into his truck. I realized with a start it was Shelley, who looked oddly compliant, sitting in the truck bed. "Where are you taking her?" Lily asked, her bottom lip trembling. "She needs to go," was all my uncle said before driving off. He was gone for over an hour. When he returned, the truck bed was empty. We didn't ask questions. That afternoon, everyone was on edge. My aunt jumped at every sound. Uncle Joe kept checking and rechecking his shotgun. My cousins and I were told to stay inside, away from the windows. Nobody would tell us exactly what was happening, but I'd spent enough summers on the res to recognize the signs of a protection ritual being prepared. Around sunset, as my aunt was laying out the items for the ceremony, we heard scratching at the front door. Lily ran to open it before anyone could stop her. There was Shelley, sitting on our doorstep with that same fixed grin. My uncle's face went completely white. Without a word, he grabbed his gun, pushed past Lily, and shot the dog point blank. The sound was deafening in the small trailer. My cousins screamed. I stood frozen, unable to process what was happening. What happened next is why I still have nightmares. Instead of falling over dead, Shelley's body jerked unnaturally. The smile seemed to widen even further, exposing too many teeth, teeth that looked suddenly sharper. My uncle fired again, and this time the dog's body went still. But my uncle wasn't done. He ran to the kitchen, grabbed a dishcloth, and went back outside. I watched through the window as he carefully covered the dog's eyes with the cloth, tying it securely before touching the carcass. When he came back inside, he was shaking. "That was no dog," he said, his voice barely audible. "That was bad medicine." "What do you mean?" I asked, though some part of me already knew. "When I took it away earlier," he said, washing his hands vigorously in the sink, "I drove 50 miles out, let it loose in the canyon. It looked at me and it started laughing. A human laugh." He scrubbed harder. "No animal should make sounds like that." That night we performed the blessing ceremony. Nobody mentioned the dog or what had happened. My uncle stayed up all night keeping watch while we tried to sleep. The next morning, he took the dog's remains somewhere to burn and bury them. Before he left, he gathered us all together. "Listen to me," he said, his eyes intense. "If an animal ever speaks to you, you kill it. If you hear your name called in the woods and don't see who's calling, you walk the other way. There are things in this world that wear faces that aren't theirs." We never talked about it again. My parents came to pick me up 2 days later, earlier than planned. I never went back to my uncle's property after that summer. Years later, when I was in college studying Navajo traditions, I finally understood what we had encountered. Our legends speak of skinwalkers, witches who can transform themselves by wearing the skins of animals. They mimic human voices, lure people away from safety, and bring sickness and death. That dog with the unnatural smile was trying to get into our home, into our family. I don't live on the reservation anymore. I've got an apartment in Phoenix and a normal life. But I still check outside my window when I hear strange noises at night. I still feel uneasy around stray animals that seem too interested in people. And I still remember the sound of that owl's human-like laughter echoing across the reservation. Some nights, when the wind blows a certain way, I think I can hear humming outside my window. I keep my blinds closed after dark now. Some things, once invited in, never really leave. I don't know what would have happened if my uncle hadn't recognized what Shelley really was. I don't want to know. But I do know this. There are things in this world that exist in the spaces between what we understand and what we fear. Things that smile when they shouldn't be able to smile at all. Story 5. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been 6 years, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. I used to live in this really nice part of Pasadena with my roommate Lyra. We'd been living together for about 2 years, and honestly, it was the perfect setup. I worked early shifts at a coffee shop downtown, and she was this super talented artist who usually stayed up late working on her projects. Our schedules meant we weren't constantly in each other's space, but we'd still hang out and have dinner together a couple times a week. She was probably the best roommate I'd ever had, clean, paid rent on time, and just had this positive energy that made our apartment feel like home. Lyra was really into spiritual stuff, not in an annoying way, but she meditated regularly, had these beautiful crystals everywhere, and was always reading books about different cultures and their spiritual practices. I wasn't into it personally, but I respected it. She never pushed any of it on me. everything changed in April of 2017. Lyra told me she was going to Bolivia for 2 weeks for what she called an ayahuasca retreat. I didn't really know what that was at the time and just assumed it was some kind of yoga vacation or meditation thing. I remember hugging her goodbye and telling her to take lots of pictures. After she left, curiosity got the better of me, and I started Googling what an ayahuasca retreat actually was. What I found made me a little uneasy. Apparently, ayahuasca is this super powerful hallucinogenic brew that people drink in ceremonies led by shamans. It's supposed to help with spiritual awakenings or emotional healing, but the articles I read described intense visions, vomiting, and completely altered states of consciousness. Some people had life-changing positive experiences, but others had serious psychological problems afterward. I started worrying about Lyra, but told myself she was an adult and had probably done her research. When she finally came back 2 weeks later, I instantly knew something was wrong. I remember hearing her key in the door and rushing out to greet her, expecting to see her usual glowing self, ready to tell me all about her trip. Instead, I barely recognized the person standing in our entryway. Lyra looked diminished somehow. Her skin had this chalky, grayish tone to it. Her usually shiny hair was limp and dirty, and she smelled like she hadn't showered in days. But it was her eyes that freaked me out the most. They just looked empty, like whatever made Lyra Lyra had been scooped out. "How was your trip?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual despite the alarm bells going off in my head. She just stared at me for a moment too long before saying, "Intense," in this flat voice I'd never heard from her before. Then she just walked past me to her bedroom and shut the door. I stood there in shock for a minute before telling myself she was probably just exhausted from traveling. Jet lag can be brutal, right? But things only got worse from there. The next few days, Lyra barely came out of her room. When she did, she moved differently, kind of jerky and hesitant, like she was relearning how to use her body. She'd stand in the kitchen for long periods, just staring at the wall. If I spoke to her, she'd respond, but with this weird delay, like she had to translate my words from another language first. About a week after she got back, I woke up around 3 in the morning to get some water. As I passed the kitchen, I saw Lyra sitting on the floor with her back to me. There was something off about the way she was hunched over, so I paused. That's when I realized she was eating something with her hands. I flicked on the light and my stomach dropped. Lyra was eating raw ground beef straight from the package, just grabbing handfuls and shoving it into her mouth. "Lyra, what the hell?" I gasped. She turned to look at me with beef smeared around her mouth. She didn't seem embarrassed or surprised. She just stared at me with those empty eyes. "I was hungry," she said simply. I couldn't process what I was seeing. Lyra had been vegetarian the entire time I'd known her. She once cried when we accidentally ran over a squirrel in my car. "But you don't eat meat," I stammered. "I do now," she replied, before turning back to the raw beef. I went back to my room and laid awake until morning, trying to convince myself there was a rational explanation. Maybe the retreat had changed her diet preferences. Maybe she was anemic and craving iron. I was grasping at straws. The next day, I texted her sister, asking if she'd spoken to Lyra since she got back. Her sister said Lyra had been ignoring her calls but figured she was just busy readjusting. I didn't have the heart to tell her what was really going on, partly because I wasn't even sure myself what was happening. Things escalated quickly after that. I started finding mason jars in the kitchen filled with insects, crickets, beetles, even a few cockroaches, She must have caught somewhere. I discovered this when I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the cabinet and opened it to investigate. The next day, I saw her eating them, just popping them in her mouth like they were candy, still alive and squirming. When I confronted her, she just shrugged and said, "I learned things about myself in Bolivia." Then she went back to her room. The entire apartment started to feel different, heavier somehow, like the air was thicker, and there was this smell coming from Lyra's room. It was earthy at first, like wet dirt, but gradually transformed into something more putrid. I asked if I could clean her room, but she refused to let me in. She started covering all the mirrors in the apartment with towels or sheets, and when I asked why, she just said, "They're not safe anymore." I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked. One morning, I noticed deep scratches on the outside of the bathroom door, like someone had been clawing at it with their fingernails. When I managed to peek into Lyra's room one day while she was in the shower, I saw her once. Beautiful sketchbooks filled with disturbing charcoal scribbles, dark spirals, figures with too many limbs, and what looked like faces with their skin peeled back. By this point, Lyra had lost so much weight she barely looked human. Her collarbone and ribs stuck out sharply, and her eyes seemed too big for her face. She stopped showering entirely. Sometimes I'd hear her talking in her room, having full conversations, but in a language I didn't recognize. It didn't even sound like any language I'd ever heard, just guttural sounds and clicks. I was terrified, but didn't know what to do. Part of me thought I should call someone, her family, a doctor, maybe even the police. But what would I say? My roommate went on a spiritual retreat and came back eating bugs. I kept hoping she'd snap out of it, that whatever was happening was temporary. I will never forget what happened on May 13th. I had come home from an evening shift around 8 p.m. The apartment was unusually quiet. No TV, no music, no sounds of Lyra moving around. I called out her name but got no response. As I walked into the living room, I nearly screamed. Lyra was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the floor. There was blood, so much blood, pooling around her and soaking into her thighs. In her right hand was one of our kitchen knives. But what made me freeze in absolute horror was her face. She had peeled back the skin from her forehead. A flap of skin hung down over her left eye, and the raw, glistening flesh underneath was exposed. Blood was streaming down her face, but she didn't seem to be in any pain. Instead, she looked almost peaceful. When she saw me standing there, she smiled. It was the first time I'd seen her smile since she'd returned from Bolivia, and somehow that made it 1,000 times worse. "I need to see who's underneath," she said, her voice suddenly clearer than it had been in weeks. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I backed up slowly into my bedroom, locked the door, and called 911 with shaking hands. While I waited, I heard her moving in the hallway outside my room, scraping something against the wall. Then silence. The police arrived 15 minutes later. I heard them enter the apartment, calling out. Then there was a commotion, shouting, a sound that wasn't human, more like a snarl or growl. Then gunshots. I later learned that when the police found Lyra, she lunged at one of the officers with a knife, making those inhuman noises. They had no choice but to shoot. The medical examiner eventually ruled it as a psychotic break, likely triggered by the ayahuasca ceremony. They found high levels of DMT and other compounds in her system, suggesting she might have continued using substances after returning home. Her family was devastated, and I moved out of the apartment the next week. I couldn't bear to stay there. But here's the thing. I don't think it was just a bad drug reaction. In the weeks before that final night, I'd started experiencing strange things myself. Objects moving when I wasn't looking. The sensation of someone standing behind me when I was alone. Cold spots in the apartment that would appear and disappear. And sometimes, just for a split second, I could swear I saw something else looking out through Lyra's eyes. Something ancient and hungry. I've spent years trying to make sense of what happened. Was it just a tragic case of drug-induced psychosis? Or did Lyra bring something back with her from Bolivia? Something that wasn't meant to cross over? I don't know, but I still check under my bed every night, and I've never again eaten meat that isn't fully cooked. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror too long, I get this urge to see what's underneath my own skin. I just had to get this off my chest. I've never told anyone the full story until now. Story 6. I still don't sleep right some nights. 3 years later, and I'm still jerking awake at every little sound outside my window. I've tried therapy, meditation, even those stupid essential oils my sister swears by. Nothing helps. Not when your brain won't let you forget the sight of something that shouldn't exist in a normal world. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip. Craig, Tanner, and I had been planning it for months. Just a chance to disconnect from our jobs and responsibilities. We'd been friends since high school, but adult life was pulling us in different directions. Craig had just gotten engaged, Tanner was finishing grad school, and I was buried in my new promotion. We needed this. We chose a spot deep in the Tennessee backcountry, about 20 miles outside of Pikeville. Craig had camped there once before with his dad when he was younger and remembered it being remote and peaceful. No cell service, no people, just trees and stars, he promised. Sounded perfect. We took my truck since it had the most clearance for the rough roads. It wasn't anything fancy, just a 2012 Ford F-150 I'd saved up 3 years to buy. But I babied that thing like it was a Lamborghini. We loaded up with way too much beer, enough food for twice as many people, and our camping gear. The drive out was beautiful. It was early October, and the trees were just starting to turn. We left late, around 2 in the afternoon on Friday, and arrived at the spot around 4:30. The last 5 miles were on an unmarked dirt road that got progressively narrower. I remember joking that I hoped we wouldn't have to back all the way out if we met another vehicle. Craig directed us to a small clearing about 50 yards from a creek. Perfect spot, flat ground for the tents, natural water source nearby, and enough open sky to see the stars. We set up our tents quickly, gathered firewood, and had a decent blaze going before the sun went down. That evening was exactly what we'd hoped for. We grilled some burgers on a portable grill, drank probably too many beers, and talked shit like we were 18 again. The woods around us were alive with normal forest sounds. Crickets, the occasional owl, rustling leaves. Nothing unusual, nothing that would make you think twice. We stayed up until around 1 in the morning. Craig was the first to crash, followed by Tanner about an hour later. I stayed up a bit longer, just staring at the fire and enjoying the quiet. When I finally crawled into my tent, I fell asleep instantly. I woke up around 7 the next morning. The sun was barely up, filtering through the trees. I could hear Tanner snoring from his tent, and I knew Craig wouldn't be up for hours. He could sleep through anything. I decided to make some coffee to shake off the mild hangover from the night before. I remembered I'd left the coffee pot in my truck, so I slipped on my boots and headed over to grab it. My truck was parked about 30 feet from our campsite, just off the dirt road we'd come in on. What I saw when I approached my truck is burned into my brain forever. Stretched across the hood, deliberate as a museum display, was a freshly skinned animal carcass. Not the whole animal, just the skin, pink and raw, stretched out with the inner side facing up. It was still wet, blood streaking down my windshield in thin rivulets. Where the head should have been was just a ragged stump, same with the legs, like they'd been hacked off with something dull. The smell hit me a second later. Not just the metallic smell of blood, but something deeper, more primal. It smelled like opened guts and fear. I stood there frozen, my brain refusing to process what I was seeing. This wasn't some random animal kill that happened to land on my truck. Someone had deliberately skinned this animal, probably a deer from the size, and placed it on my hood sometime during the night while we were sleeping, while I was just 30 feet away. I ran back to camp and practically dove into Craig's tent. "Get up! Get the fuck up now!" I was shaking him so hard his sleeping bag was coming unzipped. "What the hell, man?" Craig mumbled, still half asleep. "Someone's out here. Someone put a fucking skinned animal on my truck." That woke him up. Tanner was already stirring from the commotion, and I yelled for him to get up too. I probably sounded hysterical, but I didn't care. Craig followed me to the truck first, with Tanner stumbling behind, still, pulling on his shoes. When they saw it, they both just stopped and stared, the same way I had. "Holy shit," Tanner whispered. "Is that—" "I think it's a deer," Craig said, moving closer to look. "But who would do this?" "I don't know and I don't care," I said. "We need to get the hell out of here now." No one argued. We practically ran back to the campsite and started throwing everything into bags. We didn't fold tents, just yanked up the stakes and shoved them into their bags. Food containers were tossed into coolers without being emptied. Sleeping bags were stuffed into whatever space we could find. In less than 15 minutes, we had everything packed and were ready to go. The last problem was the skins still on my truck. "I'm not touching that thing," Tanner said, looking a little green. I found a long stick and used it to push the skin off the hood. It made a wet slapping sound when it hit the ground that I still hear in my nightmares. The blood had started to dry on my windshield, leaving rusty streaks that my wipers smeared but didn't remove. We piled into the truck and I reversed down the narrow dirt path so fast I nearly hit a tree. The whole time I kept checking my mirrors, convinced I would see someone or something emerge from the trees. Nobody spoke until we hit the main road about 15 minutes later. Then Tanner broke the silence. "What the actual fuck was that?" "Some sick local prank?" Craig suggested, but his voice was shaky. "Hillbilly welcome wagon?" I didn't respond. I was still white-knuckling the steering wheel, pushing my truck faster than I should have on those winding mountain roads. We stopped at a gas station in Pikeville to clean off my windshield properly and get something to drink. My hands were still shaking so bad I could barely pump the gas. While Craig was inside paying, I noticed an older man watching us from where he was sitting on a bench outside the store. "You boys look like you've seen a ghost," he called over. I hesitated, then walked over to him. We were camping up past Miller's Creek. Someone left a skinned animal on my truck during the night. Instead of looking surprised, he just nodded slowly. The name tag on his shirt said Harris. "Ain't the first time I've heard that story," Mr. Harris said. "Those deep woods have eyes, son." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Been happening for years. Skinned animals showing up on cars, on porches. Some folks say it's a warning to outsiders." "A warning about what?" He shrugged. "Some places don't take kindly to visitors. That's all I know." Craig came out then, and Mr. Harris clammed up. We drove home mostly in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. When I dropped them off, we made awkward promises to text each other later, but I knew something had changed between us. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying everything in my head, trying to make sense of it. I started researching online, searching for similar incidents in that area of Tennessee. What I found didn't make me feel any better. There were forum posts dating back years describing similar experiences, skinned animals left as messages throughout that region. Some blamed it on territorial hunters, others on some kind of backwoods cult. A few accounts mentioned being watched from the trees, hearing footsteps around their tents at night. One person claimed they woke up to find bare footprints circling their campsite, footprints that weren't there when they went to sleep. I showed some of these stories to Craig and Tanner over text, but they both seemed eager to move on. Tanner joked that next time we should just go to a beach resort. Craig didn't respond at all. The three of us never went camping again. We still hang out sometimes, but we never talk about what happened. It's like if we don't mention it, maybe it didn't really happen, but I know it did. I sold my truck 6 months later. Couldn't stand looking at the hood anymore. I'd see that skin stretched across it every time, no matter how many times I washed it. I still keep all my doors locked at night, even in summer when my apartment gets hot as hell. Sometimes I wake up at 3 in the morning convinced I can smell that raw, meaty scent again. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just some local psycho who gets off on scaring campers. Maybe it was someone who thought we were trespassing on their hunting grounds. But deep down, I know it was something else. There was something too deliberate about it, too ritualistic. Like we'd crossed some invisible boundary and something old and patient was sending us a message. Mr. Harris's words still haunt me. Those deep woods have eyes, son. I believe it now. And I swear sometimes, even here in my apartment 30 miles from those woods, I still feel them watching me. I'll never go back to those Tennessee backcountry roads. Some wounds don't heal, and some warnings you only need to receive once. Whatever's out there in those woods marked us somehow, and all I can do is stay as far away as possible and hope it forgets we were ever there. Story 7. I still can't explain what happened to me on the PCT 3 months ago. I've been hiking that trail since I was 22, and nothing weird has ever happened to me there, until now. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip with my buddies Mark and Devin. We'd been planning it for weeks, just a quick 2-day hike on a section of the trail in Northern California, something we'd done probably a dozen times before. The weather forecast was perfect, mid-70s during the day, cool but not cold at night. We parked at the trailhead around 10 in the morning on Saturday. The lot was pretty full, typical for a nice weekend in June, but the trail itself wasn't too crowded. We passed maybe 10 other groups in the first couple hours. Mark was in one of his moods where he wouldn't shut up about the Warriors' chances in the playoffs, and Devin kept arguing that they were overrated this season. I mostly tuned them out. I was just happy to be outside after being stuck in my cubicle all week. The trail was gorgeous that day. Wildflowers were everywhere, and the air had that perfect smell of pine and dirt that I can never get enough of. We stopped for lunch around 1 o'clock at this little clearing with a view of the valley below. I remember checking my watch, my dad's old Seiko that he gave me when I graduated college, and thinking we were making good time. We hiked another 4 hours after lunch, and by 5:30, we were looking for a place to camp. Devin spotted this perfect little area about 50 yards off the main trail. It had a flat space for our tents and was right next to this fast-moving stream. perfect for filtering water and cooling our beers. We set up camp quickly, and I started getting dinner ready while Mark collected firewood. After eating, I felt kind of gross from hiking all day in the heat, so I told the guys I was heading down to the stream to wash up. The sun was just starting to set, and the light was turning everything this deep golden color. The stream was running high from the spring melt, and the water was ice cold. I took off my shirt, my chain, and my watch, putting them on this flat rock at the edge of the water. I splashed water on my face and arms, then dunked my head under for a second. It was so cold it made my scalp tingle. When I was done, I reached for my stuff, and that's when I realized my watch wasn't where I'd left it. I figured it must have fallen into the water while I was washing up. I searched the shallow parts of the stream for about 20 minutes, but it was getting dark fast, and the watch was probably long gone downstream anyway. I was pretty upset. That watch meant a lot to me, but there wasn't much I could do about it. Back at camp, I told the guys what happened. Devin said maybe it would turn up in the morning when we had better light, but I knew that was just him trying to make me feel better. We stayed up for a while, drinking beers around the fire and talking about nothing important. I kept thinking about that watch, though. My dad had worn it for 15 years before giving it to me, and I'd had it for another 8. It felt weird not having it on my wrist. We turned in around 11, and I slept like crap. Between being bummed about the watch and some animal that kept making noise near our camp, I was up half the night. When we finally got up around 7 the next morning, I went back to the stream for one last look, but no luck. We packed up and hit the trail by 8:30. The plan was to hike about 6 miles back to the parking lot and be home by early afternoon. The hike back was quiet. I wasn't in a great mood, and I think the guys could tell. We were less than half a mile from the parking lot when Devin stopped suddenly and pointed up. "Dude, is that your watch?" I looked where he was pointing, and sure enough, hanging from a branch about 7 feet off the ground, was my Seiko. It was just dangling there from its metal band, like someone had carefully hung it up. "What the hell?" Mark said, walking closer to it. "How did that get there?" My first thought was that some hiker had found it downstream, and by some miracle figured out it was mine, and put it there hoping I'd find it on my way out. But that made no sense. How would they know which way I was hiking or that I'd passed this exact spot? "That's so weird," I said, stepping toward it. "Someone must have found it and left it here thinking whoever lost it would come back this way." The watch was hanging just high enough that I couldn't quite reach it, even when I stretched up on my tiptoes. I had to take a little running jump to grab it. The moment my fingers touched the watch, I knew something was wrong. It was covered in this thick, translucent slime that felt unnaturally cold and sticky. I immediately let go, and the watch fell to the ground with a thud. "What the fuck?" I wiped my fingers frantically on my pants. That substance, whatever it was, felt wrong. Not just gross, but wrong in a way that's hard to explain, like touching something that shouldn't exist. Devin laughed. "Dude, what's wrong with you?" "It's covered in some kind of slime," I said, staring at my fingers. The stuff was sticking to them, and it had this weird shimmering quality in the sunlight. Not like glitter or anything, but like it was somehow moving even when it wasn't. Mark bent down to look at the watch, but didn't touch it. "Maybe someone jizzed on your watch, man," he joked, but his laugh sounded forced. "No, it's not." I stopped. How could I explain what I was feeling? "It's not anything normal. Smell it." Mark reluctantly leaned closer, then jerked back. "Jesus, that stinks. What is that?" The smell was like nothing I can properly describe, dank and unpleasant, like stagnant water, but with something else underneath, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I grabbed a stick and poked at the watch. The slime stretched into these thin, ropey strands that didn't break. They just kept stretching until the tension pulled the watch along with the stick. "Let's just leave it," Devin suggested, taking a step back. "That's nasty, whatever it is." But I couldn't leave it. It was my dad's watch. I found some leaves and carefully picked it up, trying not to touch the slime. Up close, I could see that the substance wasn't just on the surface. It seemed to have seeped into the watch itself, under the glass and around the gears. The hands were stuck at 317, which made no sense because the watch had been working perfectly the day before. "Guys, this is really freaking me out," I admitted. "How did my watch get from the stream to this tree, and what is this stuff on it?" We all stood there for a minute, none of us saying anything. The forest suddenly seemed too quiet, like everything around us was holding its breath. I had this overwhelming feeling that we were being watched. "Let's get back to the car," Mark finally said, and for once, no one argued. We practically jogged the last quarter mile to the parking lot. I wrapped the watch in more leaves and stuck it in the outside pocket of my backpack. My fingers still felt weird where I'd touched the slime, not painful, but numb and tingly. The drive home was tense. We tried to come up with rational explanations for what happened, but nothing made sense. How did the watch travel upstream? Who would have found it, covered it in that strange substance, and hung it where I would find it? And why? When I got home, I immediately went to the bathroom and scrubbed my hands with hot water and soap for what felt like forever. The slime had mostly dried by then, leaving this thin, filmy residue that took ages to get off. My skin felt wrong for days afterward, like it didn't quite fit anymore. I put the watch in a Ziploc bag and stuck it in my garage. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away, but I didn't want it in my house either. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that slime and how deliberately the watch had been placed, right where we would find it, right at the end of our hike. Over the next few weeks, I researched everything I could think of to explain what had happened. I looked up tree saps, fungal secretions, animal markings. Nothing matched what I'd seen and felt. I posted about it on some hiking forums, but people just suggested mundane explanations or made jokes about Bigfoot. It's been 3 months now, and I still haven't been hiking since. I used to go at least twice a month, but I can't shake this feeling that something out there noticed me, chose me somehow. The watch is still in my garage. Sometimes I think about taking it to a lab or something, but what would I even say? Can you identify this supernatural slime that teleported my watch upstream and hung it in a tree? What bothers me most isn't the slime itself, or even how the watch traveled. It's the deliberateness of it all. Whatever took my watch wanted me to find it, wanted me to touch that substance, wanted me to know that it was there, watching. I check my doors twice every night now. I've started avoiding the woods entirely, even the small park near my apartment. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I swear I catch a whiff of that same dank smell, just for a second. And I can't help but wonder if whatever left that watch for me to find is still watching, waiting for me to return to the trail. Story 8. I'm not sure if writing this down will help me process what happened, but my therapist says it might, so here goes. This happened when I was 14. It's been 6 years, but sometimes I still wake up drenched in sweat, feeling like I'm back in that basement. I can still smell the musty air and feel the cold concrete against my bare feet. My mom still is, an alcoholic. By 14, I'd gotten pretty good at covering for her. I knew how to forge her signature for school forms, how to make excuses when she didn't show up for parent-teacher conferences, and how to cook basic meals so I wouldn't starve when she disappeared for days. Our house in Oak Ridge was small and falling apart, the kind of place where the wallpaper peels at the corners, and there's always a weird smell you can't quite identify. That night, the night everything happened, Mom had promised she'd be home by 10. She'd said, "Just gonna have one drink with Darlene after work, Lily. I'll be back before you know it." I didn't believe her, but what could I do? I was 14. I stayed up until midnight watching TV, then gave up and went to bed. I remember setting my alarm for school the next day before falling asleep. What wakes me up isn't my alarm, though. It's a noise, a scratching sound coming from downstairs. When I check my phone, it's 2:43 in the morning. At first, I figure it's just Mom trying to get in, probably too drunk to work the key properly. This has happened before. Usually, I'd go down and let her in, help her to the couch, and put a bucket next to her in case she needed to throw up. So I get out of bed. Our house has this weird layout where the basement has an outside entrance with frosted glass. Mom sometimes used that door when she lost her house keys. The scratching is coming from there. I'm halfway down the stairs when I realize something's wrong. The shape behind the frosted glass isn't Mom's. It's bigger, broader, a man's shape. My whole body freezes. My mind is screaming at me to run back upstairs, but I can't move. It's like in those dreams where you try to run but your legs won't work. Then the door swings open. In the dim light coming from the street lamp outside, I can see him clearly. He's tall, wearing a dark hoodie, and has a scruffy beard. Our eyes meet, and for this horrible second, we're both just staring at each other. I feel this warm sensation spreading down my legs, and I realize I've wet myself. I'm standing there in my pajama shorts, piss running down my legs onto the basement steps, completely paralyzed with fear. The man turns and whispers urgently to someone outside, "There's a kid in here." That's when my body finally decides to work again. While he's distracted, I duck behind some storage boxes at the bottom of the stairs. My heart is pounding so hard I'm sure he can hear it. The basement smells like mildew and old laundry, and now urine too. I hear footsteps above me. He's let others into the house through the front door. I can make out at least 2 more voices, all male, all speaking in hushed tones. "Just grab the TV and let's go," one says. "Check the bedrooms for jewelry or cash," says another. I'm trapped. If I try to run up the basement stairs, they'll see me. If I try to go out the basement door, I'll be visible from the street. My only hope is the house phone, which sits on a little table just outside the basement door at the top of the stairs. I wait until I hear them moving around upstairs. Then I start creeping up the basement steps, trying to avoid the wet spot I'd left. Each stair creaks under my weight, and each time I freeze, convinced they've heard me. When I reach the top, I can see the phone. It's maybe 5 feet away. I can hear them ransacking my mom's bedroom, drawers opening and closing. I take a deep breath and dart for the phone, grab it and retreat back down a few steps where I can't be seen from the main floor. My hands are shaking so badly I miss the buttons twice before managing to dial 911. The operator answers, "911, what's your emergency?" I open my mouth to reply when I hear one of them shout, "Hey, the phone!" They've noticed the cord stretching from the wall to the basement stairwell. I drop the phone and run back down the stairs, my only thought to hide. I don't even know if I said anything to the operator. The basement is dark, except for the faint light coming through the frosted door. I scramble across the concrete floor, stubbing my toe painfully on something, but I don't make a sound. I can hear heavy footsteps coming down the stairs after me. There's an old couch in the corner with a dusty blanket thrown over it. I dive behind it, pulling the blanket over me, curling up as small as possible. Then I hear a crash and someone swearing loudly. One of them has slipped in my pee puddle on the stairs. There's a thud and more cursing. "Jimmy's hurt. He hit his head," someone shouts. For a moment, there's confusion. I can hear them arguing about whether to leave him or help him. I'm holding my breath so hard my chest hurts. That's when I hear the most beautiful sound in the world: sirens. They must have been close by, or maybe the 911 operator sent them, even though I didn't speak. The men start panicking. "Cops, we gotta go!" "What about Jimmy?" "Leave him," I hear them scrambling upstairs. This is my chance. Still wrapped in the blanket, I crawl out from behind the couch and make for the basement door. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely turn the knob. I burst outside into the cold night air. The flashing lights of police cars are already visible at the end of our street. Instead of going towards them, I run to our neighbor's house, the Petersons. They've always been nice to me, even though they're old and go to bed early. I pound on their door, still dripping wet, wrapped in a filthy blanket. Mr. Peterson answers in his bathrobe, his eyes wide with shock when he sees me. "Lily? What on earth?" I can't even form words. I just point at my house and start sobbing. Mrs. Peterson appears behind him, takes one look at me and pulls me inside. The next hour is a blur. Police officers talking to me, asking questions I can barely answer through my tears. Mrs. Peterson giving me clean clothes and hot chocolate. Learning that they caught all three men, the two who tried to run and Jimmy, who was still unconscious at the bottom of our basement stairs with a gash on his head from where he hit the banister when he fell. The worst part was when they asked where my mom was. I didn't know. Nobody knew. They tried calling her cell phone repeatedly, but she didn't answer. A lady from Child Protective Services came that night. I remember sitting in her car as the sun was coming up, watching police officers putting yellow tape around our house. Mom finally showed up then, stumbling out of a taxi, her makeup smeared and her hair a mess. I watched through the car window as the officers explained what had happened. I watched her face crumple, watched her looking around frantically for me. I didn't go home again after that. CPS put me in emergency foster care for a week while they contacted my dad. I hadn't seen him since I was 7. He lived 2 states away with his new family. But when he heard what happened, he came immediately. I've been living with him and my stepmom for 6 years now. It's better here. Stable. Safe. I have my own room with a lock on the door, which I still use every night. The men who broke in got sentenced to 8 years for home invasion. They're still in prison. Turns out they'd been targeting houses in our neighborhood for months, watching patterns, figuring out when people wouldn't be home. They picked our house because they'd seen Mom leave and thought I'd gone with her. I still have nightmares. I still sleep with a nightlight. I still can't go into basements. The smell alone makes me start hyperventilating. My stepmom was understanding enough to give me a bedroom on the main floor of their house, so I never have to go downstairs. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't woken up when I did. Would they have come upstairs and found me sleeping? Or would they have just taken our stuff and left without ever knowing I was there? I've played out every possible scenario in my head 1,000 times. My therapist says that's normal, that my brain is trying to process the trauma by examining every alternative. She says eventually the memories will fade, the nightmares will stop, and I'll be able to enter a basement without having a panic attack. Maybe she's right. Maybe someday I'll forget the sound of that basement door opening, the look in that man's eyes when he saw me, the feeling of warm urine running down my legs, the utter certainty that I was going to die. But it's been 6 years, and I haven't forgotten anything, not a single detail. Sometimes I still wake up thinking I'm hiding under that musty blanket, holding my breath, praying they won't find me. The weird thing is, I never found out how they knew to send the police so quickly. I don't think I said anything when the 911 operator answered. Maybe they traced the call. Maybe it was just luck. Whatever it was, I'm grateful. Without those sirens, I don't think I would have made it out of that basement, alive. Story 9. I still don't sleep well some nights. It's been, 31 years now, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about what Sarah and I found in those woods back in '92. I've never told this story publicly before. Sarah and I made a pact that day to keep it between us, but she's been gone for 3 years now, lung cancer, and I guess I need to get this off my chest while I still can. We were both 24 at the time, living in Tacoma and dating for about 2 years. Sarah was always the outdoorsy type, dragging me on hikes almost every weekend when the weather was decent. That particular Saturday in late April was unusually clear and warm for the Pacific Northwest. We decided to explore one of the lesser-known trails near Mount Rainier, about an hour-and-a-half drive from our apartment. I remember the morning vividly. We woke up around 6, packed some sandwiches, trail mix, and enough water for the day. Sarah had this beat-up blue JanSport backpack she'd had since high school. I can still picture her checking her hiking boots, making sure the laces weren't frayed. She was meticulous about that kind of thing. We got to the trailhead around 8:30. The parking area was basically just a small gravel clearing with space for maybe 5 cars. There was only one other vehicle there, an old green pickup truck that looked like it had been there overnight. The trail wasn't on any major maps, just a local hiking guide Sarah had picked up from a used bookstore. That should have been our first clue that maybe this wasn't the best idea, but the day was too perfect to waste. The first couple hours of the hike were uneventful, even pleasant. The trail wound through dense Douglas firs and western hemlocks, occasionally opening up to give us glimpses of Rainier looming in the distance. The mountain looked massive that day, its snow-capped peak sharp against the blue sky. We stopped a few times to take pictures with Sarah's point-and-shoot camera, laughing about how tiny we'd look in the photos against that backdrop. Around 11, we reached a small stream and decided to take a break. I remember Sarah sitting on a fallen log, pulling her hair back into a ponytail as she complained about how humid it was getting. We shared an apple and refilled our water bottles from the stream using her little portable filter. That's when I noticed how quiet it had gotten. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but something deeper, more absolute. No birds, no rustling leaves, no insects buzzing. Even the stream seemed to be flowing silently, though I know that's impossible. I mentioned it to Sarah, but she just shrugged it off, saying animals probably smelled us coming. We pressed on, following the increasingly faint trail deeper into the forest. The trees grew thicker here, the canopy above us blocking out most of the sunlight. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I remember pulling my windbreaker tighter around me. Sarah was about 15 feet ahead when she suddenly stopped. I almost bumped into her. She was completely frozen, one hand covering her mouth, the other pointing forward. I followed her gaze and, God, I still struggle to describe what I saw. About 20 yards ahead of us stood a massive western red cedar, maybe 6 or 7 feet in diameter, and halfway up the trunk, maybe 8 feet off the ground, was a full-grown buck deer. But not like it had been placed there or mounted there. It was inside the tree, growing out of it, part of it. The deer's front half was protruding from one side of the trunk, its head hanging down lifelessly, antlers intact. Its back half was sticking out the opposite side of the tree. But here's the thing that still haunts me. There was no damage to the tree, no splintered wood, no sign that the tree had been cut open and somehow sealed back up. It was as if the tree had grown around the deer, or worse, as if the deer had somehow materialized inside the solid wood. I remember approaching slowly, Sarah gripping my arm so tight it left bruises I'd find later. Up close, it was even more disturbing. The deer's eyes were open, glassy but not clouded over like you'd expect from something dead. Its coat was still glossy, showing no signs of decay. Where the deer's body met the wood of the tree, there was no boundary, no line where deer ended and tree began. They were perfectly fused together, integrated in a way that defied everything I knew about biology, about physics, about reality. I reached out, don't ask me why, some stupid human instinct to confirm what my eyes were seeing, and touched the deer's flank. It was cold, but not stiff like a dead animal, more like touching a tree that happened to have fur. Sarah whispered for me not to touch it, but it was too late. The moment my fingers made contact, I felt wrong. Not scared, not disgusted, though I was both of those things too. Just fundamentally, cosmically wrong, like I'd broken some law of nature by witnessing this thing, like my brain was short-circuiting trying to process something it wasn't designed to understand. I don't know how long we stood there staring. It could have been minutes or an hour. Time felt slippery, inconsistent. Eventually, Sarah tugged at my sleeve and whispered, "We need to go, now." That's when I realized the silence had deepened. The forest wasn't just quiet. It felt dead, like we were in a photograph of a forest, rather than a real one. The air felt thick, almost viscous in my lungs. And there was something else. Something I didn't notice until Sarah said we needed to leave. We were being watched. I couldn't see anything moving in the trees, couldn't hear footsteps or breathing besides our own, but I felt it with absolute certainty. Something was observing us, something that didn't want us there. The feeling wasn't coming from any particular direction. It was all around us, pressing in from every side. Sarah felt it too. I could see it in her eyes, wide with a primal fear I'd never witnessed in her before. Without another word, we turned and began walking quickly back the way we came. Walking became jogging, and jogging became running, as the sensation of being watched intensified. I remember tripping over a root and scraping my palm on the ground. The pain was almost a relief, something normal, something I could understand. Sarah pulled me up without slowing down, and we kept running. I don't know how long we ran. The hike in had taken us over 3 hours, but we made it back to the car in what felt like 45 minutes, though my watch later told me it had been an hour and a half. The entire time, that feeling of wrongness, of being observed by something vast and incomprehensible, never left us. When we finally burst out of the tree line into the parking area, I nearly collapsed from relief. The green pickup was gone now, and our car sat alone on the gravel. Sarah fumbled with the keys, her hands shaking so badly she dropped them twice before managing to unlock the doors. Once inside, We sat in silence for several minutes, just breathing. Sarah's face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed, though I hadn't seen her cry. I reached for her hand and found it ice cold. "Did you?" I started to ask, but she cut me off. "Don't," she said. "Please don't ask me if I saw what you saw. Don't ask me to confirm it was real. I can't process it if it was real." We drove home in silence. The radio stayed off. I remember watching the trees thin out as we got closer to civilization, feeling a weight lift with each mile that separated us from that place. That night, lying in bed, Sarah turned to me and said, "We don't tell anyone, ever. They'll think we're crazy, or worse, they'll believe us and go looking for it." I agreed, and we made a pact never to speak of it again. We even avoided the subject with each other, as if talking about it might somehow summon that feeling of wrongness back into our lives. We stayed together for another 3 years after that, but things were never quite the same. That day had shown us something we weren't meant to see, revealed that the world wasn't what we thought it was. How do you build a normal life on a foundation like that? Eventually we drifted apart, though we remained friends until her passing. I've spent decades trying to rationalize what we saw. Maybe it was an elaborate hoax. Maybe we both experienced some kind of shared hallucination from a fungal spore or carbon monoxide or something. Maybe I'm misremembering, exaggerating a more mundane experience into something supernatural. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And in the decades since, I've never gone hiking in those woods again. I avoid forests altogether when I can. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my house at night and the heating system falls silent, I feel a hint of that absolute stillness we experienced that day, and my heart races until some normal, explainable sound breaks the spell. I don't know what we encountered. I don't know how a deer could become part of a living tree without any sign of violence or decay. I don't know what was watching us, but I know it was real, and I know it's still out there, waiting for some other unsuspecting hiker to stumble upon it and learn what Sarah and I learned, that there are things in this world that shouldn't be possible, things that expose the fragile lie of our orderly universe. I'm 62 now, and I've never gone back. I never will. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Story 10. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been nearly 50 years, but some memories don't fade with time. They just sink deeper into your bones. I was 26 when I joined the Texas Rangers in 1932. The Depression had its teeth in everyone, and desperation made people do terrible things. Was stationed in Cochran County, working alongside my mentor, Marcus Harrington, a veteran ranger with steel-gray eyes that could see through any lie. I wasn't supposed to be part of the investigation at the Yellow Rose. I was too green, Marcus said, but fate had other plans when his regular partner came down with pneumonia that spring. I became the one who documented everything that still haunts me. It started with the disappearance of the Barton brothers. They'd knocked over a bank in Lubbock, shot a security guard, and vanished with over $2,000, a substantial sum in those desperate times. A gas station attendant swore he'd seen them headed toward Morton, and then nothing. Like they'd evaporated into the dry Texas air. The pattern continued. A month later, another bank robber named Ellis Jenkins disappeared after reportedly being seen near the same stretch of road. By the fourth disappearance, Marcus started connecting invisible dots on his map, all centering around a small establishment called the Yellow Rose Motel. Doesn't make sense, Marcus would mutter, chewing on his unlit cigarette as we drove out to the motel for the third time in as many weeks. Criminals don't just vanish, they leave traces. The Yellow Rose wasn't much to look at. A row of 8 units painted a faded buttercup color, a small office, and a detached garage behind the main building. It sat alone on that dusty stretch between Morton and Bledsoe, nothing but scrubby mesquite and tumbleweeds for company. The kind of place you'd only stop if you had no other choice. Walter and Edith Newcomb ran the place. He was 71, she was 68. They'd moved from Oklahoma about 10 years prior, they told us. Just a kindly old couple trying to make ends meet during the hardest of times. Walter walked with a pronounced limp from a farming accident, and Edith's hands were gnarled with arthritis, but she still offered us coffee every time we showed up asking questions. "No, sir. Ranger Harrington. Haven't seen anyone matching that description," Walter would say, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses, his voice gentle and grandfatherly. "Business has been slow this month. Just a traveling salesman last Tuesday and a young couple on Friday." I remember watching Marcus study them. He had an instinct about people, could smell dishonesty like a bloodhound, but even he seemed convinced of their innocence at first. They cooperated fully, showed us their guest ledger, even let us look through all the vacant rooms. The first crack appeared when Marcus found a discrepancy in their stories. Walter claimed they hadn't had any single male guests in over 2 weeks, but Edith, when questioned separately, mentioned a man who'd stayed in Unit 6 just 3 days earlier, right when Jenkins should have been passing through. "Just confused is all," Walter explained when confronted, patting Edith's hand. "My wife's memory isn't what it used to be." Edith nodded apologetically, her watery blue eyes blinking behind thick glasses. "I must have been thinking of last month. I'm sorry to waste your time, Rangers." They were good, too good. Even with the inconsistency, they projected such convincing sincerity that we left still questioning ourselves. The breaking point came when we found a distinctive boot print near where the latest fugitive's abandoned car was discovered. The same pattern appeared in the dirt behind the Yellow Rose's garage. Too distinctive to be coincidence. I was in Marcus's office when he made the decision. "We're sending someone in," he said, his face grim. "Undercover. Someone who can pass as a bank robber on the run." That someone was Deputy James Miller, 35, unmarried, with the kind of forgettable face that could blend anywhere. They created a backstory, spread rumors about a bank job in Amarillo, and planted newspaper articles about a manhunt for him. Then they set him loose, instructing him to make his way to the Yellow Rose. I remember the last time I saw James. He was wearing dirt-stained clothes, a 3-day beard, and had manufactured dark circles under his eyes. He was supposed to check in every 12 hours by telephone from the nearby gas station. After 36 hours of silence, Marcus knew something was wrong. I'll never forget that day, April 12th, 1934, a Thursday. The sky was the color of a bruise, threatening rain that never came. Marcus assembled a team, 4 Rangers including us, 2 local deputies, and a man with bloodhounds from the prison system. We approached the Yellow Rose from different directions, quietly surrounding the property before dawn. Walter answered the door in his nightclothes, looking genuinely confused. Edith was making breakfast, the smell of bacon filling the small office where they also lived. "What's all this about?" Walter asked, his voice trembling slightly. Marcus showed him James's photograph. "This man checked in here 2 days ago. Where is he now?" For the first time, I saw something cold flicker behind Walter's kindly exterior, just for a second before he composed himself. "Yes, he was here, paid for 1 night, Left yesterday morning. Said he was heading to New Mexico. The bloodhounds were already working the property. They circled restlessly, then began pulling toward the garage with purpose. One of them started scratching at the concrete floor, whining. The garage was immaculate, unusually so for a rural motel. No oil stains, no tools lying around, just a clean concrete floor and bare walls. Too clean. The dogs kept focusing on one corner where a faded rag rug lay. When Marcus pulled back the rug, we all saw it. The outline of a trapdoor, nearly invisible against the concrete, sealed with some kind of putty around the edges. It took 2 men to pry it open. The smell hit us first. Not the rotting stench of decomposition as you might expect, but something chemical and sharp, formaldehyde mixed with other preservatives. A narrow staircase descended into darkness. Marcus went first. I followed, my service revolver drawn, heart hammering so hard I could barely hear over it. At the bottom, Marcus found a light switch. What illuminated before us defies explanation even now, half a century later. It was a large space, perhaps 40 feet square, dug out beneath the garage and reinforced with timber supports. But it wasn't the construction that froze my blood. It was what the Newcombs had created down there. 7 men sat in various poses around the room, at a card table, in armchairs, one at a small upright piano. They were dressed in clean clothes, their hair neatly combed. From a distance, in that first split second, they almost looked alive. They weren't. Each man had been professionally embalmed, their skin waxy and discolored despite evident attempts to apply makeup. Their eyes were glass replacements, staring vacantly. Their poses were carefully arranged, arms supported by hidden wires, faces frozen in artificial expressions. James was there. He sat at the card table, cards held in his stiffened fingers, his face locked in a permanent half-smile. He'd been dead less than 36 hours, but they'd worked quickly. Next to him sat another man I recognized from wanted posters, Ellis Jenkins. The room was furnished like a social club. There was expensive furniture, a phonograph, bookshelves, even landscape paintings on the walls, all purchased, we later learned, with the stolen money taken from their victims. Walter didn't resist when we arrested him. He seemed almost relieved. They were bad folks, he explained calmly as we led him out in handcuffs. Thieves and killers. We just did what the law couldn't. Edith was more talkative, explaining their process with disturbing pride as we escorted her to the patrol car. Walter was a mortician before the crash took our savings. We know how to treat the dead with respect. They're not just rotting in some unmarked grave. They're having a perpetual gathering. It's dignified. The Newcombs had developed a system. They offered sanctuary to criminals on the run, charging exorbitant rates for safe accommodation. Once their guests were asleep, Walter would pipe gas into the room through modified vents. After they were unconscious, he'd inject them with embalming fluid. They never woke up. They kept ledgers, meticulous records of every man they killed. Names, dates, estimated amounts of money recovered. They'd taken over $18,000 in total, a fortune during the Depression. Most was still there, hidden in a locked cabinet in their underground chamber of horrors. The aftermath was mercifully brief in some ways. Walter died of a heart attack 3 days after his arrest, still in the county jail. Edith was diagnosed with advanced stomach cancer and died before her trial could conclude. They had no children, no extended family who came forward. The 7 victims were finally given proper burials. James received full honors, his funeral attended by lawmen from across the state. The Yellow Rose was boarded up and eventually demolished, but the ripples continued. Marcus was never the same. He started drinking heavily, tormented by his decision to send James into that death trap. He resigned from the Rangers within a year. I visited him occasionally, watching him deteriorate in a small house in Lubbock until cirrhosis took him in 1941. I stayed with the Rangers for 30 more years, had a family, a decent career, but I've never shaken what we found beneath that garage floor. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, seeing those glassy eyes staring at nothing, those waxy hands frozen around playing cards in a macabre parody of life. The official reports are probably gathering dust in some archive now. The case was hushed up as much as possible. Too gruesome for public consumption in those already difficult times. Sometimes I wonder if anyone remembers besides me. I'm an old man now, and most who knew the truth are long dead. But I still can't drive through Cochran County. Can't look at small roadside motels without wondering what might lie beneath them. Can't forget Walter's eerily calm voice as he explained, "We just helped justice along a little." The Depression forged monsters of many kinds. Some robbed banks. Others did far worse, hiding behind kind smiles and arthritis-twisted hands. I've spent a lifetime trying to understand what drove two elderly people to create that underground tableau of death. I never have. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if James was conscious at the end, if he felt the needle pierce his skin as the old couple prepared to make him a permanent guest at their grotesque gathering. Story 11. I've been a forestry technician in Alaska's Tongass National Forest for just over 6 years now. Most days I absolutely love my job. I get to work in one of the most beautiful places on Earth, surrounded by trees older than most countries and wildlife that most people only ever see on TV. But what happened last August changed everything for me. I can't shake it, no matter how hard I try. For those who don't know, Tongass is massive. We're talking 17 million acres of temperate rainforest. It's ancient, pristine, and incredibly remote in places. When you work here long enough, you get used to the solitude. You learn to recognize the sounds of bears, moose, wolves, all the normal wildlife. After 6 years, I thought I'd seen and heard it all. I was dead wrong. That day started like any other. It was mid-August, warm for Alaska, but still cool enough that I needed a light jacket in the mornings. I was doing some trail maintenance about 12 miles from our ranger station. Pretty far out, but nothing unusual for me. I'd been clearing debris and checking trail markers since early morning, and around 4 in the afternoon, I decided to take a break near this small creek I particularly liked. It was peaceful there, just the sound of water running over rocks and the occasional bird call. I sat on a fallen log, eating a protein bar and drinking water, enjoying the quiet. The sun was filtering through the canopy, creating these dappled patterns on the forest floor. Normal stuff, safe stuff, until it wasn't. The first thing that caught my attention was a sound. Not the typical rustling you hear when a deer or even a bear moves through the underbrush. This was bigger, much bigger. Branches were snapping, and I don't mean twigs. I mean substantial branches that would take serious force to break. There was this rhythm to it too, almost like footsteps, but not matching any gait I recognized. Too slow for a bear, too deliberate for anything I could think of. At first I thought maybe it was a moose. They're huge and can make a racket moving through dense woods. So I did what we're trained to do. I called out, "Hey ho!" The usual stuff to alert wildlife to human presence. Most animals, even predators, will change direction once they know you're there. This thing didn't. The sounds just kept coming, steady and unfaltering, heading straight toward me. That's when the smell hit me. I've smelled a lot of things in the wilderness: bear musk, decomposing animals, all sorts of unpleasant but natural odors. This wasn't natural. It was sharp and metallic, like old pennies, but mixed with something sour that made my stomach turn. The closest thing I can compare it to is when you accidentally cut yourself on rusty metal, but 1,000 times stronger and mixed with rotting meat. I got to my feet, heart suddenly hammering in my chest. Something deep in my brain, some primitive instinct, was screaming at me to run. The noises were getting closer, maybe 100 yards away now, and I realized the birds had gone completely silent. The forest was dead quiet except for those heavy, rhythmic impacts and the sound of vegetation being crushed. I called out again, louder this time. "Wildlife management, make some noise." It was stupid looking back. Whatever this was, it wasn't going to respond to my pathetic human authority. The movement stopped for maybe 3 seconds, complete stillness. That was almost worse than the approaching sounds. Then it started again, faster now, more purposeful, heading directly toward me. I didn't hang around to see what it was. I'm not ashamed to admit I turned and ran. 6 years in these woods, trained to handle bear encounters, mountain lions, all kinds of situations, and I ran like a terrified child. My pack bounced against my back as I sprinted down the trail, not looking back, just focused on putting distance between me and whatever was behind me. I ran for what felt like forever, but was probably only about half a mile before I had to stop, lungs burning, legs shaking. I bent over, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath while straining to listen. Nothing. No pursuing sounds, no breaking branches, just my own ragged breathing and pounding heartbeat. After catching my breath, I forced myself to keep moving at a fast walk, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The fear was so intense I felt nauseous. The rational part of my brain tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was just a bear. Maybe the weird smell was from something else entirely. Maybe I was overreacting. But I knew better. 6 years in these woods teaches you what belongs and what doesn't. And whatever that was, did not belong. I made it back to the ranger station 2 hours later, having practically jogged the whole way. Jim, one of the senior technicians who's been working Tongass for over 20 years, was the only one there when I burst in. "Whoa, Cal, you look like you've seen a ghost," he said, frowning as he took in my appearance. I must have looked like hell, sweaty, pale, eyes probably wild with fear. I told him everything. The sounds, the smell, the way it seemed to deliberately change direction to come after me when I called out. While I was talking, his expression shifted from concern to something more guarded. By the time I finished, he was looking at me like I'd grown a second head. "You sure you're feeling okay? Not coming down with something?" he asked. "The isolation out here can mess with your head sometimes, makes your imagination run wild." "I'm not imagining things," I insisted, angry now. "I know what I heard. I know what I smelled. Something was out there, something big." Jim just nodded in that patronizing way people do when they think you're losing it. Sure. Maybe it was a bear with some kind of injury or disease. That would explain the weird smell." But I could tell he didn't believe it. He thought I was cracking under the pressure of isolation, maybe having some kind of breakdown. Part of me couldn't blame him. If someone had come to me with the same story a day earlier, I probably would have reacted the same way. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard those rhythmic thuds, smelled that metallic sour stench. I kept thinking about how deliberate its movements had been, how it had changed course to come straight at me. No normal animal does that. They avoid humans unless they're desperate or habituated. The next morning, I nearly called in sick. The thought of going back into those woods made my skin crawl, but I didn't want to give Jim more reason to think I was losing it, so I forced myself to go in. "You look like crap," he said when he saw me. "Listen, why don't you stick to the trails closer to the station today? No reason to push yourself if you're not feeling 100%. I wanted to argue that I wasn't sick, just terrified. But instead I just nodded and took his suggestion. And that's what I've been doing ever since. For the past 3 months, I've made excuses to work the trails and areas closer to civilization. I haven't been back to that creek, haven't gone more than 5 miles from the station if I can help it. Some of the other techs have noticed. They make jokes about how Cal's gone soft, or Cal's afraid of the big bad woods now. They don't know. They haven't heard what I heard or smelled what I smelled. I've spent countless hours researching, trying to find some explanation. Could it have been a rogue grizzly? A moose? Some kind of unidentified wildlife? Nothing fits. The gait was wrong, the behavior was wrong, the smell was something I've never encountered before or since. A few weeks after it happened, when I was still obsessively searching for answers, I came across some old local legends about things that live in the deepest parts of Tongass. The indigenous peoples have stories about forest spirits or creatures that don't fit neatly into our understanding of biology. I used to dismiss that kind of talk, but now I'm not so sure. What haunts me most is knowing it's still out there. Whatever massive thing stalks through those ancient trees is still moving, still existing, completely beyond our understanding or control. And sometimes, on quiet nights when I'm alone in my cabin, I swear I can hear those same deliberate, heavy movements in the distance, coming closer. I've thought about quitting, about moving back to the lower 48 where the forests are more manageable, more known. But something keeps me here. Maybe it's stubborn pride, not wanting to be chased away. Maybe it's a morbid curiosity. Or maybe it's because I feel like I need to be here to warn others, to keep an eye out for whatever it was. The other day, a new seasonal worker mentioned he'd been smelling something strange near the eastern trails, like blood and battery acid, he said. My blood ran cold. I told him to stick to the western section, making up some excuse about unstable ground after the recent rains. He looked confused but agreed. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the truth. What would I even say? There's some enormous unknown thing out there that doesn't behave like any known animal. He'd think I was crazy, just like Jim did. So here I am, 3 months later, still waking up in cold sweats, still jumping at unexpected sounds, still avoiding that part of the forest. Sometimes I think about going back there, facing whatever it was, just to prove to myself that I didn't imagine it. But then I remember that smell, those deliberate movements, and I know it would be suicide. I don't know what's out there in the depths of Tongass. I don't know if it's something science has yet to classify, or something beyond scientific understanding altogether. All I know is that in 17 million acres of ancient forest, there are things moving through the trees that we've never documented, never understood, and at least one of them knows what humans smell like and chooses to approach rather than retreat. I still do my job. I still maintain the trails, check the wildlife cameras, keep everything running smoothly, but I've lost the peace I used to feel in these woods. Now, every time the wind picks up or branches crack under the weight of snow, I freeze, listening for that rhythmic, deliberate movement, bracing myself for that metallic, sour smell. And I wonder how long before whatever it is decides to come closer to our little outpost of civilization. If you're ever in Tongass, stick to the marked trails. Don't wander off alone. And if you hear something big moving through the trees, something that doesn't sound quite right, don't call out to it, just run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because whatever's out there, it isn't afraid of us. And I think it's curious. Story 12. I still get chills thinking about what happened during our camping trip to Harriman State Park 3 years ago. I've never told this story to anyone except my therapist, who suggested I write it down as a way to process it. I guess sharing it anonymously might help me make sense of it all, though I doubt anything will ever fully explain what we encountered. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway. My buddies Simon, Eddie, and I had been planning it for months, a chance to escape Brooklyn and get some fresh air. We'd been friends since high school, and though we didn't hang out as much since starting our careers, camping was our thing. Simon brought his dad's old tent, Eddie handled the food, and I was in charge of navigation and supplies. We arrived at Harriman on a Friday afternoon in late September. The weather was perfect, not too hot, not too cold. The main campgrounds were pretty crowded, so we hiked about 2 miles in to find a more secluded spot near one of the smaller lakes. It wasn't exactly allowed to camp outside designated areas, but we figured no one would bother us for one weekend. After setting up camp, we cracked a few beers and caught up on life. Eddie had just started dating someone new. Simon was considering grad school, and I was complaining about my soul-crushing job in IT. Normal stuff. We grilled some burgers as the sun went down and planned a hike for the next day. Saturday morning, we ate a quick breakfast and decided to explore. I had a park map, but Simon suggested we go off-trail to find something interesting. That was typical Simon, always looking for adventure, even when it wasn't the smartest move. Eddie and I went along with it because, well, that's what we always did. We hiked for about 3 hours, crossing a few marked trails, but mostly pushing through dense forest. I was starting to get annoyed because I kept checking my phone's GPS to make sure we wouldn't get completely lost. Around 1 in the afternoon, we reached a clearing and found something that wasn't on any map, a small lake, maybe 300 yards across, nestled between 2 hills. "Check this out," Simon called, pointing toward the far shore. There, partially hidden by some trees, was a wooden structure, an old shack or cabin. Eddie adjusted his glasses. "Wonder how long that's been there?" "Let's find out," Simon said, already heading around the lake. I hesitated. "Maybe we should head back. We've been out for hours." "Come on, man," Simon called over his shoulder. "When's the last time you found something nobody else knows about?" So we walked around the lake, which took another 20 minutes. Up close, the shack looked even older than I'd initially thought. The wood was gray and weathered, the roof sagged in the middle, and one window was just an empty frame with no glass. The door hung partially open, swinging slightly in the breeze. "Somebody's tetanus shot waiting to happen," Eddie joked, but his laugh sounded forced. Simon pushed the door fully open with a creak that echoed across the lake. "Hello? Anybody home?" He laughed at his own joke and stepped inside. Eddie looked at me, shrugged, and followed. I stood outside for a moment, feeling a strange reluctance I couldn't explain. Something about this place felt wrong. Not dangerous exactly, but wrong. Like we weren't supposed to be there. "Guys, maybe we shouldn't," I started, but they were already inside, so I swallowed my unease and joined them. The interior was a single room, maybe 15 by 15 feet. A wooden table stood in the center, its surface stained dark in places. 3 broken chairs were scattered around, one missing a leg, another with its back splintered. What caught my attention, though, were the walls. They were lined with hooks at various heights, some rusty, others still shiny enough to catch the light filtering through the window. "Hunter's cabin," Eddie said, pointing at the hooks. "For hanging game." Simon nodded. "Makes sense, though it's weird there's no fireplace." I noticed something carved into the wall near the door. Not words, but symbols. Crude circles and lines that formed no pattern I recognized. The wood around them was darker, as if stained. "Check this out," I said, pointing at the markings. Simon barely glanced at them. "Probably some kids messing around. This place could be 50 years old." "More like 100, Eddie said, testing one of the chairs with his hand. "Everything's rotting." I walked around the table, trying not to touch anything. The stains on its surface looked suspiciously like dried blood, which made sense if hunters used it to dress their kills. But something about the pattern seemed deliberate, not random splatter, but almost like writing. "Let's go," I said suddenly. "This place gives me the creeps." "Just a minute," Simon said, examining a shelf I hadn't noticed before. There was nothing on it but dust. We spent another 5 minutes poking around, but there wasn't much else to see. As we left, Simon tripped on something just outside the door, a piece of metal protruding from the ground. "What the hell?" He bent down and brushed away some dirt. Whatever it was partially buried. Eddie crouched beside him. "Let's see what it is." Using a stick, they dug around the object. I stood back, that feeling of wrongness growing stronger. Part of me wanted to tell them to leave it alone, but I knew they wouldn't listen. After a few minutes of digging, they managed to unearth it. A helmet, unlike any I'd ever seen. It was made of heavy iron, shaped almost like a pyramid that would fit over someone's head. The front had 2 crude cross-shaped slits where the eyes would be, and they appeared to have been carved with a chisel rather than cut cleanly. Simon picked it up, turning it over in his hands. "Holy shit, this is old." "Civil War relic?" Eddie suggested, but even as he said it, we all knew that wasn't right. This thing looked more medieval, but wrong somehow. Not like the historical helmets I'd seen in museums. "Maybe it's from some historical reenactment group," I offered, but the explanation sounded weak even to me. The helmet was heavy and crudely made, but solid. The metal had barely corroded despite being partially buried. Simon looked through the eye slits. "Can barely see anything through these." "Don't put that on," I said sharply, surprising even myself with the intensity in my voice. Simon gave me a weird look, but set the helmet down on the ground. "Relax, I wasn't going to. It's filthy." "We should leave it here," I said. "It belongs to someone." "Who?" "This place is abandoned," Eddie said, but he didn't suggest taking it either. Simon shrugged. "I'll just put it by the shack. If anyone comes looking for it, they'll find it there." He placed the helmet beside the door of the shack, and we headed back to camp. The walk seemed longer and more tiring than before. None of us talked much, each lost in our own thoughts. The strange lake and the shack had cast a weird mood over all of us. We got back to our campsite around 5 in the afternoon, exhausted and hungry. Eddie fired up the portable stove and made pasta, while I gathered more firewood. Simon sat on a log, unusually quiet, staring at nothing in particular. As we ate dinner, we tried to return to normal conversation, but it felt forced. Eddie kept checking his phone even though there was no signal, and Simon barely touched his food. "That helmet was weird, right?" I finally said, breaking the unspoken agreement not to discuss it. Eddie nodded. "Yeah, didn't look like anything I've ever seen." Simon remained silent, poking at his pasta with his fork. "You okay?" I asked him. He looked up, and for a second, I saw something in his eyes that I didn't recognize, a kind of distant, hollow look. I keep thinking about those eye slits, he said quietly. They weren't right. What do you mean? Eddie asked. Simon shook his head. I don't know, just not right. We finished eating in silence. As darkness fell, we built up the campfire and tried to lighten the mood with some beers, but the conversation remained stilted. Around 9, Simon suddenly stood up. I'm going for a walk, he announced, grabbing his flashlight. It's pitch black out there, I pointed out, and we've been hiking all day. I just need some air, he said, and walked off into the darkness before either of us could argue. Eddie and I exchanged worried glances. Should we go after him? He asked. I sighed. Give him a few minutes. He's been acting weird since the shack. We waited by the fire, occasionally calling Simon's name, but got no response. After about 20 minutes, I was seriously considering going to look for him when we saw the beam of his flashlight bobbing through the trees. Simon emerged from the darkness, his face pale and sweaty despite the cool night air. His flashlight, I noticed, was clutched so tightly in his hand that his knuckles were white. Where'd you go? Eddie asked. Simon sat down heavily on his log. I threw it away, he said, his voice flat. Threw what away? I asked, though a sick feeling in my stomach told me I already knew. The helmet. I went back and threw it away in the woods. I didn't want it looking at me anymore. Eddie and I stared at him. You went all the way back to the shack? Eddie asked incredulously. That's like an hour's walk each way. Simon shook his head. I didn't get all the way there. I found it in the woods about halfway. A chill ran down my spine. What do you mean you found it? We left it at the shack. Simon looked up at me, and that hollow look was back in his eyes. It was sitting on a log, like someone had placed it there. Those eye slits, they were facing the direction of our camp. None of us spoke for a long moment. The only sound was the crackling of the fire. That's impossible, Eddie finally said. You must have found something else. It was the helmet, Simon insisted, his voice rising slightly. I picked it up and threw it as far as I could into the trees. I didn't want it looking at me. I felt cold despite the fire's warmth. You keep saying that. What do you mean, looking at you? Simon just shook his head and stared into the flames. I'm going to bed, he said abruptly, and crawled into the tent without another word. Eddie and I stayed by the fire a bit longer, neither of us knowing what to say. Eventually, we turned in too, but I don't think any of us slept well. I kept waking up, thinking I heard metallic scraping sounds outside the tent. Once, I even thought I saw a shadow pass across the side of the tent, illuminated by the dying embers of our fire. At first light, we packed up without discussion and headed back to the car. None of us suggested staying for the full weekend as planned. Simon was almost completely silent, and when he did speak, he only gave one-word answers. Eddie tried to rationalize everything. Simon must have gotten confused in the dark, or maybe some other hikers had found the helmet and moved it as a prank. But I saw how Simon kept looking over his shoulder as we hiked back to the parking lot, and I noticed how he insisted on sitting in the back seat rather than riding shotgun like usual, so he could watch out the rear window. After we got back to Brooklyn, we didn't talk about the trip. Within a month, Simon had moved to Chicago for a job opportunity that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Eddie and I fell out of touch too, as these things happen. I spent weeks afterward researching online, trying to find any information about the shack or the strange helmet. I found nothing about either, though I did discover that the area where we camped has some old Dutch colonial history, and before that was Lenape territory. But nothing explained what we found. 3 years later, I still think about those cross-shaped eye slits. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I imagine I hear that metallic scraping outside my door. And sometimes, when I close my eyes to sleep, I see that helmet sitting on a log in the darkness, its empty slits somehow watching, waiting. For what? I don't know. I hope I never find out. Story 13. I've never told this story online before. Part of me still doesn't want to, but it's been over 8 years now, and I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone out there knows something or experienced something similar. This is about my best friend Lucas Harrington. We met in freshman year geology at UT San Antonio. I was the last person to see him before he disappeared at the Grand Canyon in February of 2015. Most of what ended up in the news reports was wrong. The stuff about Lucas being suicidal. That text about setting his soul free. It's so much more complicated than that. I feel guilty every day wondering if I could have stopped what happened. Lucas and I had planned the national park trip together, Zion, Bryce Canyon, and ending at the Grand Canyon. We'd been saving up for months. Lucas was obsessed with geology, constantly talking about the living history in rock formations. He wasn't just studying it, he felt connected to it somehow. 3 days before we were supposed to leave, I broke my ankle playing basketball. Stupid, right? I told Lucas to postpone the trip, but he insisted on going alone. Said he needed this. Looking back, there was something intense in his eyes when he said it, like he had some purpose beyond just sightseeing. We texted throughout his trip. Everything seemed normal until he reached the Grand Canyon. His messages got strange. Not suicidal strange, more like he'd discovered something. He kept sending photos of random rock formations, asking if I could see them. See what? They just looked like regular canyon walls to me. The night before he disappeared, we had a video call. He was in his room at Bright Angel Lodge. It was dark, but I could see his face lit up by his phone screen. He looked exhausted, but weirdly energized. "I found something," he whispered. "Remember Dr. Velasquez's lecture about how certain landscapes hold electromagnetic anomalies?" I remember laughing. Dude, that was the class where he went off about ley lines and got way too close to losing his tenure. Lucas didn't laugh back. "There's a spot here. It's not on any trail map. I found these markings that match the Hopi petroglyph patterns we studied." "Cool," I said, not really getting his excitement. "Take pictures for the project." "You don't understand." His voice dropped even lower. When I put my hand on them, I felt something, like a vibration or a pull. I figured he was just tired, or maybe had one too many beers at the lodge bar. "Get some sleep, man. Don't go wandering off trail tomorrow. Those drop-offs are no joke." "I need to go back there at dawn," he said. "That's when it happens." "When what happens?" He just smiled and shook his head. "I'll document everything. You'll see." That was the last time I talked to him. The next day, he checked out early, around 6 a.m. according to the lodge staff. The temperature was in the 20s. Who checks out to go hiking in freezing February temperatures before sunrise? The park rangers later told me the trails would have been icy and dangerous that morning. When I didn't hear from him all day, I got worried. I tried calling, texting, nothing. By evening, I called his dad, Richard. Richard said Lucas had sent him a weird text about being back with Mother Earth and setting his soul free. That's when the panic set in. The news made it sound like a straightforward suicide, but it wasn't like that. I knew Lucas. He wasn't depressed. He was excited about his future. Just the week before, he talked about our summer internship plans. People who are planning to kill themselves don't apply for competitive geology internships. After the search efforts scaled back, I flew out to the Grand Canyon myself. My ankle was still healing, but I had to see for myself. Richard came too. We stayed at the same lodge, talked to staff, hiked as far as my ankle would allow. The rangers showed us where they found his car near the Bright Angel trailhead. Everything was still inside, his duffel bag with clothes, his laptop, even his wallet with $300 cash. His hiking backpack and camera were missing. That told me he planned to come back to the car. You don't leave your wallet behind if you're planning to disappear forever. What the news reports never mentioned was what the rangers found in his journal, which had been left in the car. The last few pages were filled with drawings, precise technical sketches of what looked like doorways in the canyon walls. Not natural arches, but perfect rectangles with strange symbols etched around them. There were coordinates scribbled beside some drawings, but when rangers checked those locations, they found nothing unusual. The final page just had one sentence. They only appear at dawn when the light hits at the right angle. The rangers dismissed it as fantasy or delusion, but I'd seen Lucas's normal geological field notes. He was methodical, scientific. These drawings were done with the same careful precision. Richard showed me the letter Lucas had left at home before the trip, the one about loving and cherishing every soul he'd met. It wasn't a suicide note. It read more like someone going on a journey, not ending their life. On our third day at the canyon, I convinced a sympathetic ranger named Mike to take me to one of the coordinates from Lucas's journal. It was off-trail, requiring special permission. My ankle was killing me, but I had to see. We reached the spot around 6:30 in the morning. The sun was just coming up, casting long shadows across the canyon. It was just a normal section of rock wall, reddish-brown with the typical stratified layers. Mike checked his watch. Well, nothing here. Let's head back before it gets too hot. I asked if we could wait just a bit longer until the sunlight hit this section directly. He shrugged and agreed. As the sun rose higher, something strange happened. For maybe 15 seconds, when the light hit at a certain angle, I swear I saw what looked like straight lines in the rock face, like the edge of something geometric that shouldn't exist in nature. Then the light shifted, and it was gone. My heart was pounding. "Did you see that?" I asked Mike. He looked confused. "See what?" "The light's nice this time of day, but there's nothing unusual here." I tried to explain, but he clearly thought I was seeing things out of desperation. Maybe I was. That evening I sat on the rim watching the sunset, thinking about Lucas. A woman about my age sat down nearby. I noticed she kept glancing at me. Finally she spoke. "You're looking for your friend, aren't you, the missing student?" I was surprised. "How did you know?" "I work at the visitor center. News travels fast here." She hesitated. "I saw him, you know, the morning he disappeared." My heart skipped. "What? Did you tell the rangers?" "Yes, but they didn't seem that interested after I told them what I saw. They probably thought I was making it up." "What did you see?" I leaned closer. I was doing sunrise photography near Yavapai Point. There was hardly anyone around because of the cold. I saw a guy matching your friend's description, walking very purposefully along the rim, heading east toward an area that's not really on the regular tourist path. "That sounds like Lucas. Did you see where he went?" She shook her head. "That's the weird part. I was adjusting my camera, and when I looked up about 30 seconds later, he was gone. I assumed he'd just continued walking out of my line of sight, but something felt off. It was too quick. And there was this strange light on the canyon wall where I'd last seen him. like a flash of gold that didn't match the normal sunrise colors. I thought it was a lens flare in my camera at first. "Did you take any photos?" I asked, trying not to sound too eager. "I did, but none of them showed anything unusual, just normal canyon views." I gave her my number and email, but she never contacted me. When I went back to the visitor center the next day, no one matching her description worked there. Maybe she was just a tourist who made up a story, or maybe she saw something she couldn't explain. Richard and I stayed for a week. We hiked, we searched, we talked to everyone we could. The rangers were professional but clearly believed Lucas had taken his own life, his body lost to one of the many inaccessible areas of the canyon. In the end, we had to leave with no answers. Richard took Lucas's car and belongings back to San Antonio. I flew home with a plaster cast and more questions than when I'd arrived. I've been back to the Grand Canyon 3 times since then. Each time I visit the coordinates from Lucas's journal at dawn. Twice I saw nothing. But the last time, last summer, I swear I saw it again. Geometric lines in the rock that shouldn't be there, appearing for just seconds when the light was perfect. And I heard something, like a low humming that seemed to come from inside the rock itself. I've researched similar disappearances at the Grand Canyon. There are more than you'd think. People who vanish without a trace, often in good mental health, often alone, often at dawn or dusk. The official explanations are always accidents or suicide, but the evidence doesn't always add up. Lucas wasn't suicidal. He was chasing something he discovered, something that excited him. That text about Mother Earth and setting his soul free, those weren't the words of someone ending their life. They were the words of someone who found what he was looking for. I don't know if he fell or if something else happened that morning, but sometimes I dream about him. He's standing in front of what looks like an opening in solid rock, turning to wave at me before stepping through. In the dream, he's smiling. I still have his journal. I still study those drawings. And sometimes, when I'm looking at the night sky or touching an interesting rock formation, I feel like he's trying to tell me something, like whatever he discovered is still out there, waiting to be found again. Maybe someday I'll understand what happened to Lucas Harrington that cold February morning at the Grand Canyon. Until then, I keep searching for answers, for closure, for my friend. Story 14. I still find it hard to talk about what happened during my search for Michael Allen Fizery. It's been almost 18 years since June 2005, but the memories still wake me up at night sometimes. I was part of the SAR team that spent that week combing through some of the most unforgiving terrain in Yosemite, and what I experienced out there. Well, I've never shared the full story until now. I've been a search and rescue volunteer at Yosemite for 15 years when Michael went missing. The call came in on June 21st. A 51-year-old experienced backpacker hadn't returned from a solo trip. Nothing unusual there. We get these calls all the time. Usually, the person just took a wrong turn or decided to extend their trip without telling anyone. But something about this case felt different from the start. We were briefed that Michael had planned a route from Hetch Hetchy past Rancheria Falls, heading toward Tiltil Mountain, then around Lake Vernon and back via Beehive Meadows. Pretty ambitious, but nothing crazy for someone with his experience. He should have been out by June 19th. When his family reported him missing 2 days later, we mobilized immediately. The first team found his backpack on the second day of searching. It was sitting on this steep slope near Tiltil Mountain, miles north of his planned route. That's when we all realized this wasn't going to be a typical search. His water bottle, camera, and topo map were missing. But everything else was there. Food, extra clothes, even his emergency kit. Who walks away from their survival gear in the backcountry? I joined the search on day 3, June 23rd. It was unusually hot that week, probably in the high 90s, and the terrain around Tiltil is brutal. Sheer granite walls dropping into thick brush and deadfall. You could be 10 feet from someone and not see them if they were down in that mess. My team was assigned to search the northeastern slope of Tiltil, where some tracking dogs had shown interest earlier that morning. 4 of us, me, Dave, another experienced SAR guy, and 2 rangers named Shelley and Marcus. We started at first light, working our way up from where the backpack had been found. By midday, we'd covered less than a mile of actual ground. That's how slow you have to move out there to be thorough. The heat was getting to everyone, especially the dogs. Around 1 in the afternoon, we stopped in a small clearing to eat and rehydrate. That's when I noticed something odd about the area we were in. The clearing was almost perfectly circular, maybe 30 feet across, and the ground felt different, harder somehow, like the soil had been compacted. Dave noticed it too, and mentioned that it didn't look natural. We checked our GPS and realized we were well off any established trail, not even a game trail nearby. Yet this clearing looked like it had been used recently. We radioed in our location and observations, but command told us to keep moving. They had helicopter support that day and wanted us to cover more ground before dark, so we pressed on, heading up toward a ridgeline that looked promising. That's when I started noticing the silence. Anyone who spent time in the wilderness knows it's never actually silent. There's always something. Wind in the trees, birds, insects buzzing. But as we climbed higher, everything just stopped. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just the sound of our boots on rock and our own breathing. Dave asked if anyone else noticed it. We all had. Even the dogs seemed bothered, staying unusually close to their handlers instead of ranging ahead like they normally would. Shelley suggested we might be near a mountain lion's territory, which could explain the quiet, but something didn't feel right about that explanation. Around 4 in the afternoon, we reached a plateau near the top of a steep section. The view was incredible. You could see for miles across the park. Marcus was taking GPS readings when Dave called me over to look at something he'd found behind a large boulder. It was a water bottle. Not just any water bottle. It matched the description of Michael's distinctive red Nalgene with National Park Service stickers on it. It was sitting upright on a flat rock, almost like it had been placed there deliberately. It was still half full of water. We documented everything, took photos, bagged the bottle as evidence, and radioed in the find. Command was excited. This was the first real evidence we'd found besides the backpack. They told us to expand our search in that area and that they'd send another team to join us the next morning. As the sun started to drop, we decided to make camp on that plateau rather than trying to navigate back down in the dark. We set up a small base camp, ate some rations, and planned our strategy for the morning. The silence was still there, heavy and unnatural, making conversation seem too loud. I remember thinking how strange it was that we couldn't even hear the helicopter anymore, though we'd seen it sweeping valleys to the west just an hour earlier. I took first watch while the others tried to sleep. Around 11 at night, I heard something moving in the brush about 50 yards from camp. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the area, but saw nothing. Then I heard it again, closer this time. It sounded like footsteps. Not an animal, but deliberate human footsteps. I woke Dave up quietly and pointed in the direction of the sound. We both listened, and there it was again. Crunch, crunch, pause. Crunch, crunch, pause. Someone walking slowly through the underbrush. Dave radioed command, keeping his voice low. They confirmed no other teams were in our area. The nearest team was at least 3 miles away. We woke Shelley and Marcus, and the 4 of us stood with our backs to each other, scanning the darkness around us. The footsteps continued, circling our camp, never getting closer, but never moving away, just circling. For almost an hour. The dogs were on high alert but weren't barking, which was strange. They just stood rigid, staring into the darkness. Then, as suddenly as they'd started, the footsteps stopped. We waited, listening intently, but heard nothing more. Eventually, we established a rotation, 2 people sleeping, 2 on watch at all times. None of us said what we were all thinking, that it could have been Michael out there. But why wouldn't he approach us? We had lights. We were clearly a search team. I finally got to sleep around 2 in the morning. I dreamed of walking through an endless forest where the trees all looked the same, following someone I could never quite see. When Shelley woke me for my next watch at 4, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. Dawn broke with a thin fog hanging over the plateau. As light filtered through the trees, we could see our surroundings better. That's when Marcus noticed something truly puzzling. A camera sitting on a rock about 20 yards from our camp, in the direction where we'd heard the footsteps during the night. It was partially hidden by a bush, which is why we hadn't seen it the day before. It was a digital camera, matching the description of Michael's. Dave approached it carefully, documenting its position before picking it up. The battery was dead, but we had a compatible charger in our gear. We decided to check the photos once we had power, hoping they might give us a clue. As we packed up camp, the fog grew thicker instead of burning off. By 7 in the morning, visibility was down to about 30 feet. We radioed command to report our find and the weather conditions. They told us to stay put until the fog lifted. The additional team couldn't safely navigate to our position in these conditions, so we waited. The silence from yesterday was even more pronounced in the fog. It felt smothering, like the air itself was pressing against my ears. We tried to keep busy, checking gear, reviewing maps, charging the camera. After about an hour, the battery had enough charge to power it on. The most recent photos were taken 4 days earlier, on June 19th, the day Michael was supposed to exit the park. They showed normal hiking scenes at first, landscapes, rock formations, shots of the trail. But the last several photos made my skin crawl. They were all taken at night, which was strange enough. Why would an experienced hiker be taking photos in the dark? They showed the same circular clearing we'd passed through yesterday. In the first night photo, the clearing was empty. In the second, there was something in the center, a dark shape, too blurry to make out. In the third, the shape seemed closer to the camera. In the fourth, all you could see was a smear of light, like the camera had been moved suddenly. The final photo was the worst. It showed the plateau where we were currently camped, our exact spot. But the photo was dated June 19th, 2 days before anyone even knew Michael was missing, 4 days before we arrived here. How could he have photographed the exact spot where we would make camp? Dave suggested the camera's date might be wrong, but when we checked other photos from earlier in Michael's hike, the timestamps matched the dates we knew he'd been in those locations. The night photos were definitely taken when they appeared to be. As we were discussing this, trying to make sense of it, Marcus suddenly grabbed my arm and pointed into the fog. About 20 yards away, barely visible, was a figure standing motionless. human-shaped but too far away and too obscured by fog to make out clearly. "Michael," Shelley called out. "Michael Fizery, we're here to help you." The figure didn't respond or move. Dave raised his binoculars but said he couldn't see clearly through the fog. I grabbed the radio to call it in, and when I looked back up, the figure was gone. We immediately moved toward where we'd seen it, spreading out slightly to cover more ground while staying within sight of each other. When we reached the spot, there was nothing there. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, nothing to indicate anyone had been standing there moments before. But what we did find, just a few feet away, was a topo map spread open on a rock. It was weathered and water-stained, but still readable. It was a map of exactly this area, with markings on it, X's and circles that didn't correspond to any official trail or landmark. And written across the top in what looked like dried mud were two words: "Find me." We photographed everything before collecting the map. The dogs were agitated now, pulling in different directions like they couldn't decide which scent to follow. The fog was starting to thin slightly, and we could see maybe 50 feet around us. That's when the footsteps started again, not just from one direction, but from all around us. Crunch, crunch, pause, crunch, crunch, pause. Multiple sets, perfectly in sync, circling just at the edge of visibility. We radioed command, reporting everything and requesting immediate assistance. They said the helicopter was grounded due to fog, but that ground teams were being redirected to our coordinates. They were still at least 2 hours away. I've been in some tense situations in my SAR career, but nothing like this. We stood back to back, watching the fog, listening to those footsteps slowly circling us. The dogs were whining now, pressing against our legs. Even these trained search animals were spooked. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 15 minutes, Shelley spotted another figure in the fog. Then another, and another. At least 4 distinct human-shaped silhouettes just standing there, watching us from different directions. Dave started taking photos, but when we checked his camera later, the fog was too thick. The figures showed up only as vague, darker patches in the white mist. "We're here to help," Marcus called out. "If you're lost, please come toward us." One of the figures moved then, taking a step forward, then another. As it got closer, the fog seemed to thin around it, and for a brief moment I thought I could make out features. A man, middle-aged, wearing hiking clothes. He looked exhausted, his face gaunt, eyes wide and staring. He raised one hand slowly, pointing back the way we had come yesterday. Then the radio on my belt burst into static, so loud it made us all jump. When I looked back up, all the figures were gone. The footsteps had stopped. The fog was rapidly thinning, and suddenly we could see the plateau clearly again. We were alone. The radio cleared, and command was asking for our status. We reported what we'd seen, trying to sound professional and not like we were losing our minds. The incident commander asked us to begin moving back toward the backpack recovery site, where another team would meet us. As we gathered our gear, Shelley noticed something on Dave's camera that chilled me to the bone. He'd been taking photos continuously as the figure approached us, and in one of them, just as the radio had started making noise, there was a partial image of the man I'd seen. But looking at it in the clear light of day, his features were wrong, distorted somehow, and his clothes didn't match Michael's description at all. We hiked back down to the rendezvous point in record time, nobody wanting to remain on that plateau any longer than necessary. When we met up with the other team, they reported finding nothing unusual in their search area. No strange clearings, no footsteps, no figures in the fog. The search continued for 4 more days. They brought in more dogs, more helicopters, experts from other parks. But we never found a trace of Michael Allen Fizzery. Not a body, not a scrap of clothing, nothing besides what we'd already discovered: the backpack, water bottle, camera, and map. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my mind. What did we experience out there? Was it exhaustion and stress playing tricks on us? Some kind of shared hallucination brought on by altitude and dehydration? Or something else entirely? The official report states that Michael likely suffered a fatal accident in the rugged terrain, perhaps falling while taking photographs. His body, they concluded, must be hidden in some crevice or under dense vegetation where even the most thorough search couldn't find it. But I know what I saw on that plateau. I know what we all saw. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still hear those footsteps. Crunch, crunch, pause, circling, always circling, just beyond the edge of what I can see. And I wonder, is Michael Fizzery still out there, trying to be found? Or is something else waiting in those remote corners of Yosemite? Something that doesn't want to be discovered at all? Story 15. I'm still struggling to process what happened 2 weeks ago, and honestly, I don't know if typing this out will help, but I need to share it somewhere. Some part of me keeps hoping that putting my experience into words might spark something that leads to finding Sam. For those who might not have heard about it, Dr. Sam Duball went missing while hiking the Mother Mountain Loop at Mount Rainier back in October of 2020. I was part of the search and rescue team that looked for him. What I experienced during that search has haunted me every single day since. I've been a SAR volunteer in the Pacific Northwest for nearly 8 years now. I've seen my share of missing hikers, injured climbers, and sadly, recoveries rather than rescues. But Sam's case was different from the start. I got the call on October 12th, a Monday. Sam, a 33-year-old professor at UW, hadn't returned from a solo overnight hike he'd started the previous Friday. Right away, this caught my attention because the missing person report described him as extremely experienced. He'd hiked in the Himalayas, for crying out loud. This wasn't some unprepared tourist who wandered off trail without water or proper gear. I arrived at the command post near Moich Lake Trailhead around 7:30 that evening. The park rangers had already found Sam's car in the parking lot, and a preliminary sweep had located what they believed was his water bottle about 2 miles in on the trail. Nothing else. The first full day of searching was Tuesday. I was assigned to Team C with 3 other volunteers. We were tasked with checking the western portion of the loop, where the terrain drops into some pretty dense forest. October in the Cascades means we had maybe 9 hours of decent daylight, and the weather was typical for that time of year, misty in the morning with periods of light rain. I remember calling out Sam's name every few hundred feet, our voices echoing through the trees before being swallowed by the dense forest. The weird thing was the silence between calls. Anyone who spent time in these woods knows they're never truly quiet. There's always birds, rustling leaves, small animals scurrying about. But that day, the forest felt unnaturally still. By Wednesday, the operation had grown massive. Nearly 70 people were now involved, with specialized teams using drones, helicopters with thermal imaging, and search dogs. I was reassigned to Team F, paired with a handler and her German shepherd named Ranger. The dog was supposedly one of the best in the region for tracking. We were sent to search a section northeast of where the water bottle had been found. The fog that morning was thick, reducing visibility to maybe 30 feet at times. I followed the handler and Ranger as they worked methodically through the underbrush. About 3 hours in, something strange happened. Ranger suddenly became agitated. whining and pacing in circles instead of tracking. His handler seemed confused, saying she'd never seen him behave that way before. He would lock on to something, pull forward eagerly, then abruptly stop and back away, whimpering. "What is it, boy? What do you smell?" she kept asking, but the dog just grew more distressed. We radioed our coordinates, and another team came to investigate the area with their dog. The exact same thing happened with the second dog. The handlers were completely baffled. They speculated that maybe there was some kind of animal nearby, a bear or cougar, that was confusing the dogs. But I've seen search dogs react to predators before, and this was different. They weren't alert or defensive. They seemed genuinely confused and frightened. We marked the coordinates and continued searching elsewhere, but that spot stuck with me. That night, back at the command post, I overheard the team leads discussing the area. They had sent a third team there in the afternoon, without dogs this time, but they found absolutely nothing unusual. Thursday was when things started getting truly unsettling. I was now with Team A, and we were searching a steep ravine about half a mile from where the dogs had acted strangely. The weather had cleared slightly, giving us better visibility, but the terrain was treacherous, slippery rocks, dense underbrush, and fallen trees everywhere. Around midday, my team was spread out in a line about 20 feet apart, slowly making our way down the slope, when I noticed something odd through the trees ahead of me. It looked like movement, just a flash of color that didn't belong, possibly a blue or gray fabric, the color of the jacket Sam was reportedly wearing. "Hey, I might have something," I called out, and started making my way toward it more quickly. The others acknowledged and began converging on my position. But as I got closer, whatever I'd seen was no longer there. I was certain something had been there just moments before. I'm not the type to imagine things, especially not during a search. I described what I'd seen to the team leader, and we did an intensive grid search of that small area for over an hour. Nothing. The team leader didn't outright say I was seeing things, but I could tell he was skeptical. We eventually moved on, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd missed something crucial. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the scene in my mind, that brief glimpse of something blue through the trees. I was so certain it had been there. When I finally did drift off, I had vivid dreams of walking through an endless forest, following something I could never quite see. Friday brought more fog and intermittent rain. I requested to be assigned back to the ravine area, and surprisingly, they granted my request. This time I was with Team D, which included a retired park ranger who had worked at Mount Rainier for over 30 years. As we approached the area where I'd seen the flash of color the day before, the retired ranger, his name was Bill, pulled me aside. "This area's got a history," he said quietly, so the others couldn't hear. "Hikers reporting disorientation, compasses spinning, that sort of thing. Most of us wrote it off as people getting confused in the fog, but I've experienced it myself. There are spots in these mountains that just feel wrong." I asked him what he meant by wrong, but he just shook his head and said we should stick close together. That didn't exactly put me at ease. About an hour into our search, the fog thickened considerably. Visibility dropped to maybe 15 feet at best. We stayed close, maintaining voice contact, when suddenly I heard what sounded like footsteps crunching through leaves, coming from somewhere ahead of us. "Hello? Sam?" I called out, but there was no response. The team spread out slightly to investigate, and that's when I heard it. A voice, so faint I could barely make it out, saying what sounded like, "Help me." "Did anyone hear that?" I asked urgently into my radio. Two team members responded that they hadn't heard anything, but Bill's voice came through shaky and low. "I heard it." We converged on what we thought was the source of the sound, only to find nothing but dense forest and undergrowth. No signs of disturbance, no evidence anyone had passed through. We called out repeatedly, but got no response. The team leader decided to establish a perimeter and work inward methodically. That's when my radio started malfunctioning, cutting in and out, picking up static and fragments of conversations that didn't seem to be coming from our search teams. At one point, I swear I heard what sounded like a man breathing heavily, then what might have been a partial word before it cut out completely. By this point, I was thoroughly unnerved, but trying to maintain my professionalism. We continued searching until dusk forced us to return to base camp. That night, Sam's sister Dina arrived at the command post. Seeing her there, desperately hoping for good news we couldn't provide, was heartbreaking. She showed us photos of Sam, smiling, brilliant, full of life, and told us about his accomplishments, his kindness, how he'd just started his dream job at UW after Harvard and Berkeley, how he would never have been careless on a trail, how he'd been planning this hike for weeks as a personal celebration of his new position. Saturday marked 1 week since Sam had started his hike. The search operation was now at full capacity, with teams covering every inch of the Mother Mountain Loop and surrounding areas. The weather had cleared somewhat, giving the helicopter teams better visibility. I was assigned to a team searching an area about 3 miles from the initial water bottle discovery. Around midday, my radio crackled to life with an excited voice. Another team had found what they thought might be a fresh campsite about 4 miles from our position. For a brief moment, hope surged through everyone. Maybe Sam had been injured and was holed up somewhere, unable to signal for help, but still alive. The coordinates were shared, and several teams, including helicopter support, redirected to that location. I never found out exactly what they discovered at that site, because while everyone's attention was focused there, I experienced something I still can't explain. I had stepped away from my group briefly to check a small overhang that looked like it could potentially shelter someone. I was maybe 50 yards from the rest of my team, still within earshot, when the air around me suddenly felt different, heavier, colder, almost pressurized. The forest sounds that had been constant all day abruptly ceased. Then I heard footsteps behind me, crunching deliberately through the underbrush. I turned, expecting to see one of my team members, but there was no one there. The footsteps continued, circling around me, always just out of sight. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding flat and muffled in the strange air. "Is someone there?" No response, but the footsteps stopped. Then, so faintly I almost missed it, I heard a voice say, "I can't find my way back." I spun around, heart pounding, but saw nothing but trees and fog. I called out again, identifying myself as search and rescue, asking if they needed help. Silence. Then, "The trail keeps changing." The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I radioed my team, trying to keep my voice steady as I explained what I was hearing. They responded immediately, saying they were heading to my position. While waiting for them, I fought against a growing sense of dread. Something felt fundamentally wrong about that place, that moment. The air had taken on an almost greenish tinge, though I told myself it was just the way the light was filtering through the fog and trees. Then I saw it, about 30 feet away, partially obscured by a large Douglas fir, a figure, just standing there, watching me. I couldn't make out any details through the fog, only that it was person-shaped and completely still. "Sam," I called out, taking a step forward. "Sam Duball, we're here to help you." The figure didn't move or respond. I took another step forward, and it seemed to step backward in perfect sync, maintaining the exact same distance between us. I was about to call out again when I heard my team crashing through the underbrush behind me. I turned toward the sound for just a second, and when I looked back, the figure was gone. My team arrived moments later, out of breath and concerned. I tried to explain what I'd seen and heard, but even as I was saying the words, I could tell how it sounded. They looked at me with a mixture of concern and skepticism, the same way the team leader had looked at me 2 days earlier when I'd reported seeing something blue in the ravine. We searched the area thoroughly but found nothing. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no sign anyone had been there besides me. By Sunday, October 18th, the weather had turned. Winter was approaching, and the forecast called for significant snowfall within days. The search coordinators were already talking about scaling back operations. Without new evidence or leads, they couldn't justify keeping so many resources deployed indefinitely. I was devastated. I knew what I'd experienced was real, even if I couldn't explain it. I felt certain Sam was still out there somewhere, perhaps just beyond our reach. The full-scale search was officially suspended on October 23rd. Some volunteers, myself included, continued searching on weekends when weather permitted, but we found nothing new. It's been 2 weeks since my experience in those woods, and I still can't shake the memory of that voice saying I can't find my way back, or the figure that seemed to be watching me through the fog. I've replayed those moments in my mind countless times, wondering if there was something more I could have done, something I missed. Sam Duball is still missing. His sister established a memorial award in his name at the university, but she refuses to give up hope of finding him. Neither do I. I keep thinking about what the retired ranger told me about places in those mountains that feel wrong, about compasses spinning and disorientation, about how the forest went silent around me in that moment. Sometimes late at night, I swear I can still hear that voice whispering, "The trail keeps changing." What happened to Sam Duball on the Mother Mountain Loop? I wish I knew. All I know for certain is that the mountains keep their secrets well, and I'm afraid Sam has become one of them. Story 16. I still wake up covered in sweat sometimes. It's been over 15 years. But the sounds, they never leave me. Not really. My daughter asked me last week why I always flinch when doors slam or when firecrackers go off during festivals. I've never told her the whole story. I've tried to forget, but I need to get this out. I was working as a floor supervisor at the Taj Mahal Hotel in Mumbai. November 26th, 2008. It was a Wednesday. I remember checking my watch at around 9:30 in the evening. I had been on shift since 2 in the afternoon and was looking forward to heading home in a couple of hours. The Taj was always busy, but that night was particularly full. We had foreign businessmen, tourists, wealthy Indians, the usual clientele for our 5-star establishment. I was standing near the reception desk, helping a British couple with their room reservation. Mr. Thompson wanted a sea-facing room, and I was explaining that we might be able to accommodate them the following day. They were pleasant people. He was a banker, I think, and she mentioned something about being excited to visit the Gateway of India the next morning. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought someone had dropped something heavy in the kitchen. Then came another sound, and another. By the third one I knew, gunshots. In my 12 years working at hotels, I'd never heard that sound inside one, but you don't mistake it. The lobby erupted into confusion. People were looking around, unsure what was happening. Then came the screams from the restaurant area. A man burst through the doors, blood on his shirt, yelling something I couldn't understand. Behind him came two young men with assault rifles. They were so ordinary looking. That's what I remember thinking. Just young men in cargo pants and t-shirts, except they were carrying guns and they were shooting at everyone. No warnings, no demands, just shooting. The British woman I had been helping fell first. Her husband screamed and lunged toward her body, and they shot him too, right there at my reception desk. Their blood splashed onto my uniform, onto my face. I don't remember deciding to move. I just found myself crouched behind the reception desk, my whole body shaking so hard I had to bite my lip to stop my teeth from chattering. The gunfire was constant now, punctuated by screams and a horrible gurgling sound I later realized was people choking on their own blood. From my hiding spot, I could see 3 of my colleagues on the floor. Rajiv, who had worked with me for 8 years, was staring at the ceiling, a pool of red spreading beneath him. Sunita from housekeeping was still moving, clutching her stomach, making tiny whimpering sounds. I wanted to help her. God forgive me, I didn't move. I was paralyzed with fear. The shooting paused momentarily, and I heard them speaking to each other in a mix of Urdu and what sounded like Punjabi. I caught fragments. They were asking about the layout, where the security office was located. They weren't just random killers. This was planned. I noticed a small group of guests huddled near the service door. An elderly Indian couple and a young white woman with a small boy clutching her leg. They were exposed, and the gunman would see them any moment. I knew that door led to the staff corridors, to potential safety. I made a split-second decision. Crawling on my belly, I made it to the door controls behind the desk and remotely unlocked it with my key card. Then I caught the elderly man's eye and gestured frantically toward the door. He understood, nodding slightly. As the terrorists moved toward the main staircase, the small group slipped through the service door. I waited until the gunmen's backs were turned, then crawled from behind the desk and followed them. The staff corridor was dimly lit and eerily quiet after the chaos of the lobby. The elderly man was supporting his wife, who was weeping silently. The white woman had picked up her son and was pressing his face against her shoulder, whispering, "Don't look, Jamie, don't look." "We need to get to the back service exit," I whispered. "Follow me." As we moved through the corridor, we heard more gunfire from different parts of the hotel. It felt like they were everywhere. We passed the staff canteen, and I grabbed a handful of water bottles. We might need them. Then we heard footsteps coming from the direction we were heading. Heavy, purposeful steps. I pushed open a door to the linen storage room, ushering everyone inside before closing it behind us. We huddled among shelves of clean sheets and towels, hardly daring to breathe. The footsteps passed our door, then stopped. Someone tried the handle. It wasn't locked. None of these doors had locks. I closed my eyes, certain we were about to die. The door opened a crack, and I saw one of our security guards, Amit. Blood was streaming from a cut on his head. "Dinesh," he whispered. "Are you okay?" I nodded, relief washing over me. "They're everywhere," he said, slipping inside and closing the door. "At least 4, maybe more. They came in through multiple entrances. They're checking passports, killing Americans and British tourists on the spot." The white woman with us made a small, strangled sound. American or British, it didn't matter. Her accent would give her away instantly. "We need to get to the back exit," I said. Amit shook his head. "They've covered it. 2 men with guns. They shot Prakash when he tried to run." His voice broke. "I saw them execute Mr. Oberoi and his entire family when they found his American business partner with them." We sat in stunned silence. The little boy started to cry, and his mother tried to shush him, panic in her eyes. "The service elevator," I suggested. "We could try to reach the upper floors, maybe find a room to hide in." Amit nodded. "It's worth trying. The main elevators are out. They've cut the power to them. But the service ones run on a separate circuit." We moved as quietly as possible back into the corridor. I carried the little boy, who had thankfully stopped crying and was now just trembling against my chest. His mother kept one hand on my shoulder, as if afraid we'd be separated. Just as we approached the service elevator, we heard a massive explosion that shook the entire building. The lights flickered, and plaster dust rained from the ceiling. "Grenade," Amit whispered, "or maybe a bomb." The elderly woman began to sob. Her husband held her close, whispering comfort in Gujarati. We reached the service elevator and pressed the call button, praying it still worked. The seconds stretched like hours as we waited, exposed in the hallway. Finally, the doors slid open. We piled in, and I pressed the button for the 6th floor, where I knew there were storage rooms that were rarely used. As the doors began to close, we heard shouting in the corridor. A man appeared, saw us, and raised his rifle. Amit threw himself in front of the elevator door just as the gunman fired. The bullets hit him in the chest and throat. The last thing I saw before the doors closed was Amit's body falling, his eyes already empty. The elevator hummed as it carried us upward, the only sound our ragged breathing and the elderly woman's quiet prayers. I put the little boy down, and he clung to his mother's leg. My hands were covered in Amit's blood. "We have to get off on the 4th floor," I said suddenly. "They'll be waiting at 6. They know where we're going." I pressed 4, and when the doors opened, I checked the hallway before leading our small group out. This was a guest floor, and I could hear screaming and gunfire from somewhere nearby. "This way," I whispered, leading them toward a service pantry I knew had a connecting door to a linen chute room. From there, we could access more service areas unknown to guests. We moved down the plush carpeted hallway as quietly as possible. A door opened ahead of us, and a middle-aged Indian man in pajamas looked out, confusion on his face. "Get back inside," I hissed. "There are terrorists in the hotel. Lock your door, barricade it, and stay quiet." His eyes widened, and he disappeared back into his room. I heard the lock click and something heavy being dragged across the floor. We made it to the pantry and through to the linen chute room. It was small, barely big enough for the 5 of us, but it had a solid door and was off the main corridors. We could hear the hotel's PA system now, crackling to life. A young man's voice came over the speakers, speaking in accented English. "Attention all Hindu guests. The Indian government has negotiated your safe release. Please come to the lobby with your identification to be escorted to safety." "It's a trap," I whispered. "Don't believe it." The voice continued. "Any Westerners found being hidden by Indian staff will result in death for everyone. We know you are hiding them. Bring them to us now." Tuka. American woman looked at me, terror in her eyes. I shook my head firmly. "I'm not giving you up," I whispered. "We stay together." Hours passed in that tiny room. We shared the water bottles I'd grabbed. The little boy eventually fell asleep against his mother, exhaustion overcoming fear. We could hear periodic gunfire, explosions, and sometimes screams. The PA announcements continued, becoming more threatening, more specific. "We know there are Americans on the 4th floor. Bring them to us, or we will search room by room and kill everyone we find." We heard them moving through the hallway outside our hiding place. Doors being kicked in, furniture overturned, sporadic gunshots followed by screams cut horribly short. The elderly woman was praying continuously now, a barely audible stream of Sanskrit. Her husband held her hand so tightly his knuckles were white. The American woman had her eyes closed, her sleeping son cradled against her chest. I thought about my wife and 5-year-old daughter at home. Would I ever see them again? Would they know I tried to help people? Or would I just be another body in the news reports? Around 3 in the morning, there was intense gunfire directly outside our door, different than before. It sounded like an exchange, not just the one-sided carnage we'd been hearing. Then shouting in Marathi, the state police. "Stay down," I told our group. It could still be a trick. We remained hidden as the gunfire continued, moving further down the hallway, then to another floor. Dawn came, pale light filtering through the small window in our room. The gunfire had become sporadic, but we were too terrified to leave our hiding place. Then, around 10 in the morning, we heard English-speaking voices in the corridor calling out, "National security guards, is anyone there? We're here to help." Still, we waited, afraid. It wasn't until they began methodically checking each room that I finally opened our door a crack. A soldier in black, tactical gear swung his gun toward me, then lowered it when he saw my hotel uniform. "5 civilians," I said, my voice hoarse from thirst and fear. "1 child." They escorted us through the hotel, and what I saw will haunt me forever. The beautiful Taj, where I had worked proudly for years, was destroyed. Bullet holes riddled the walls, blood stained the carpets and marble floors. Broken glass crunched beneath our feet. The smell of smoke and death hung in the air. Bodies lay where they had fallen. Guests in evening clothes, staff in uniforms, terrorists in their casual clothing. Some of the dead were people I had greeted just the day before. People whose coffee preferences I knew, whose children's names I remembered. Outside, the morning sun was blinding after our hours in darkness. Ambulances, police vehicles, and news vans crowded the streets. Survivors huddled in shock blankets. Family members wailed when they received bad news or embraced those who had made it out alive. The American woman turned to me before she was led away for medical attention. "You saved our lives," she said, her voice breaking. "You could have given us up to save yourself." I didn't know what to say. I just nodded and watched as they took her and her son to safety. I gave my statement to the police, then finally called my wife. When I heard her voice, I broke down completely, unable to speak through my tears. That was 15 years ago. I never went back to hotel work. I couldn't. The sound of a door slamming still makes me dive for cover. Crowded places make me scan for exits, for threats. I check under my bed every night before I sleep. My daughter never understood why her father was so jumpy, so anxious all the time. Now she does. And maybe now you do too. Story 17. I don't talk about this much. It's been over 40 years, but the pain hasn't dulled. Some days I wake up and for a split second, I forget. What happened? I think Stacy's just in the next room getting ready for school. Then reality crashes back in. Summer of '81. That's when my world fell apart at Yosemite National Park. My 14-year-old daughter Stacy Ann disappeared without a trace, and I've spent 4 decades trying to make sense of it. We'd been planning this trip for months. Stacy wasn't thrilled about it initially. She'd been going through typical teenage stuff. She missed her boyfriend back home, and we'd been arguing more than usual. Looking back, I wonder if I pushed for this trip as some misguided attempt to fix our relationship. I thought the beauty of Yosemite might help us reconnect. The journey to Sunrise High Sierra Camp wasn't easy. It sits at 9,400 feet elevation, and the trek up there had been tough on all of us. But when we arrived, Stacy seemed to perk up. I remember how her face lit up when she first saw the alpine meadows stretching out around us. She immediately wanted to explore with her camera. Photography was her new passion that summer. "Dad, I want to check out the lakes," she said, slinging her camera around her neck. I noticed she was wearing those flimsy sandals she loved. "Not in those," I told her. "Change into your hiking boots first." She rolled her eyes but did as I asked. Thank God for that small mercy. At least she was properly equipped when it happened. Gerald Stewart, this sweet old guy from our hiking group, 77 years old but still remarkably spry, offered to accompany her. I was setting up our tent and was grateful someone would keep an eye on her. They headed toward Sunrise Lakes together around 3 in the afternoon. I remember checking my watch around 4:30, thinking they should be back soon for dinner. By 5, I was getting antsy. At 5:15, Gerald returned alone. My stomach dropped before he even spoke. His face told me everything. "Where's Stacy?" I asked, already knowing something was wrong. Gerald looked distressed. "She wanted to go a bit further along the lakeside trail. I got tired and sat down on a boulder to rest. She promised she'd be right back. Just wanted to take some more photos. That was about 45 minutes ago." I tried to stay calm, but panic was already blooming in my chest. Which direction did she go? Gerald pointed toward the eastern trail that curved around the largest of the Sunrise Lakes. I grabbed a flashlight even though it was still daylight and rushed that way, calling her name. Other campers quickly joined in. One of the tour guides mentioned seeing her from a distance, a teenage girl in a white windbreaker and those maroon striped shorts she wore that day. He just caught a glimpse of her walking along the lake. That was the last time anyone saw my daughter. As evening approached, more people joined the search. Someone found her camera lens cap on the trail, and that discovery both relieved and terrified me. Relief because it was evidence she'd been there. Terror because it suggested something had happened suddenly enough that she hadn't carefully packed away her photography gear. The first night was the worst. Rangers had joined the search by then, but they called it off around midnight, saying we'd resume at first light. I couldn't sleep. I sat outside our tent, staring into the darkness, imagining Stacy hurt somewhere, calling for help. The temperature drops fast up there at night, even in summer. She only had that thin windbreaker. By morning, a full-scale search and rescue operation was underway. They brought in helicopters, search dogs, professional trackers. I followed them everywhere, pushing myself to the point of collapse. Someone kept trying to make me eat sandwiches, drink water. I couldn't stomach anything. The terrain around Sunrise Lakes is brutal. Massive granite slabs, dense forest patches, steep drops. The dogs never picked up her scent, which made no sense. How could a 14-year-old girl just vanish into thin air? On the third day, they brought in scuba divers to check the lakes. I watched them disappear beneath the surface, and each time they came up shaking their heads, I felt both crushing disappointment and immense relief. No body meant she could still be alive, right? By day 5, news crews had arrived. I remember this reporter shoving a microphone in my face, asking if Stacy had been troubled, if she might have run away. I nearly punched him. Run away? In the middle of the wilderness? In hiking boots? With no supplies? But then the police started asking questions about our home life. They'd found Stacy's diary in our tent. She'd written about arguments we'd had, about missing her boyfriend. They started floating theories that maybe she'd planned to disappear, to hitchhike back to civilization. Yosemite's superintendent, Robert Benwust, told reporters, "She just seems to have disappeared." Those words haunt me to this day. People don't just disappear. Something happens to them. Linda Abbott, a park spokeswoman, was the only one who seemed to understand. She pointed out what I'd been saying all along. Why would Stacy change into hiking boots if she was planning to run away? It made no sense. 9 days. That's how long the official search lasted. 9 days of hope slowly turning to despair. 9 days of scanning every face in the distance, thinking maybe, just maybe. 9 days of jumping at every sound, thinking it might be her voice. They never found a body, no clothing scraps, no backpack, no footprints leading away from the trail, nothing except that lens cap. After they called off the search, I stayed another week on my own, combing those mountains until I could barely stand. Other hikers would find me, this half-crazed man calling a name into canyons and getting only echoes in return. The theories people have come up with over the years are endless. Some say she fell into a crevice or ravine so deep and hidden that searchers missed it. Others suggest she was taken by someone, though in such a remote location, that seems impossible. The most disturbing theories involve animal attacks, but there would have been evidence, remains. Then there are the stranger theories. Hikers in that area have reported odd experiences over the years: disorientation, lost time, unexplainable phenomena. Some locals talk about thin places in the mountains where people can just step sideways somehow. I never believed in anything supernatural before this happened. Now, I don't know what to believe. For years afterward, I'd get calls or letters from people claiming to have seen Stacy in various places across the country. I followed up on every single lead, no matter how far-fetched. I've traveled to 26 states chasing shadows and maybes. None of them were her. I've spent 40 years replaying that day. What if I hadn't let her go with Gerald? What if I'd gone with them instead? What if I'd insisted she stay within sight of the camp? The what-ifs will drive you mad if you let them. The worst part is not knowing. If she'd died in an accident, as horrible as that would be, I could have grieved properly. I could have buried my daughter. Instead, I've spent 4 decades in this terrible limbo. I'm an old man now. My hair has gone gray, waiting for answers that never came. I've returned to Sunrise Lakes every summer since 1981. The rangers all know me. Some of the younger ones weren't even born when it happened, but they know my story. Last summer, I sat on that same boulder where Gerald rested before Stacy walked away. I looked out at the lake, the mountains, the sky. It's beautiful there, heartbreakingly beautiful. I thought about how she'd wanted to capture that beauty with her camera. I wondered what she saw in those final moments before she vanished. Did she wander off the trail and get disoriented? Did she fall somewhere the searchers couldn't reach? Did someone take her? Or did something truly inexplicable happen on that mountain? The only thing I know for certain is that on a sunny afternoon in July 1981, my 14-year-old daughter walked along a trail by Sunrise Lakes and somehow stepped out of this world. And I've been trying to find my way back to her ever since. I still have her camera. They found it a few days after she disappeared, just sitting on a rock near the trail. The film was developed, but the last few photos showed only landscapes. Mountains, trees, the glittering surface of the lake. No clues, no shadows, no figures in the distance. Just Yosemite's serene beauty, indifferent to my daughter's fate. Sometimes I dream she's trying to tell me something. In these dreams, she's still 14, still wearing that white windbreaker and maroon-striped shorts. She's standing by a lake I recognize as Sunrise, but something's different about it. The colors are wrong. The light comes from no discernible source. She opens her mouth to speak, but I always wake up before she can tell me what happened. I don't expect answers anymore. I've accepted that I'll likely die without knowing what became of my daughter, but I still return to those mountains every year, still walk that trail, still call her name, not because I think I'll find her, but because it's all I have left. This ritual, this pilgrimage, this act of remembering. The mountains know what happened to Stacy Ann Aris. They're keeping their secret, and they've been watching me search for 40 years, silent witnesses to a father's endless grief. Story 18. I've been debating for weeks whether to post this. I'm still not sleeping right, and writing this down feels like inviting it back somehow. But I need to tell someone who won't think I'm crazy, and after searching online, I've found stories similar enough to mine that make me think I'm not alone in what I saw. This happened 3 weeks ago. I moved to Oak Ridge Valley last year after my divorce. It's a rural area with gorgeous views, and the property was a steal. Now I understand why. My house sat on about 5 acres, with a meadow stretching from my front porch to a dense tree line about 200 yards away. That meadow was what sold me on the place. Every morning, I'd sit on my porch with coffee and watch deer, foxes, or wild turkeys. It became my meditation. That morning started like any other. It was a Wednesday in mid-October, crisp but not cold. The sky was that perfect autumn blue. I'd taken the week off work to do some projects around the house, so I was in no rush. I remember feeling genuinely content for the first time in months. I had my binoculars on the porch table next to my coffee. I'd gotten into the habit of keeping them handy to watch wildlife at the forest edge. Around 7:30, I noticed movement at the tree line. Nothing unusual, probably deer. I picked up my binoculars for a better look. That's when everything changed. What I first thought was a dead branch moved in a way branches don't move. It seemed to be reaching. I adjusted my focus, thinking maybe it was a buck with pale antlers. But as the image cleared, my stomach dropped. It wasn't a branch or antlers. It was an arm, a skeletal arm, impossibly long and thin, reaching out from behind a tree. I remember thinking this had to be someone's sick idea of a Halloween decoration, but we were miles from the nearest neighbor. I kept watching, unable to look away. The arm extended fully, and then another identical arm emerged on the other side of the tree. Then it stepped out. God, I still see it when I close my eyes. It was tall, at least 8 feet. Its entire body was bone, not like a Halloween decoration, but like actual bone, yellowed and weathered in places. The skull wasn't human. It was elongated with these twisted horns curving back from the temples. The eye sockets were empty, but somehow not empty. I swear I could feel it looking at me. It wore what looked like scraps of animal hides draped over parts of its frame, dirty and stained dark in places. They hung from its shoulders and waist, moving slightly in the breeze. Its movements were deliberate but fluid, like it was perfectly comfortable in that impossible body. I lowered the binoculars, hoping it would be less terrifying with normal vision. It wasn't. Even from 200 yards away, I could make out its basic shape, and then it turned its head directly toward my house, directly at me. I ducked down instinctively, then felt stupid. I was on my own front porch in broad daylight, but something in my gut was screaming danger. When I peered over the porch railing, it was walking across my meadow, not running, not charging, just walking steadily toward me with purpose. I went inside, locked the door, and grabbed my phone. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial 911. The call connected, and I started rambling to the dispatcher about something in my yard, something not human. She kept asking me to clarify, but how could I? Then the call dropped. I tried redialing, but nothing happened. The signal bars were gone. I ran to the landline, dead too. My laptop showed no Wi-Fi connection. Everything had gone out simultaneously. I moved to the front window and carefully peeked through the curtains. It was halfway across the meadow now, still coming straight for the house. Its legs were too long, bending at odd angles with each step. The morning sun caught its bones, making them gleam white against the green of the meadow. I ran through my options. My car was in the detached garage behind the house. I could make a run for it, but I'd have to go outside. The nearest neighbor was 3 miles away. What if this thing was faster than it looked? I decided to barricade myself in. I dragged a bookshelf in front of the front door, then wedged the coffee table against it. I closed all the curtains and locked every window. I grabbed a kitchen knife, then laughed at myself. What good would a knife do against a skeleton? Then I heard it on the porch, the slow, deliberate sound of those bone feet on the wooden boards. No rush, no hurry, like it knew I wasn't going anywhere. I backed away from the door, knife clutched in my hand. There was a moment of silence, and I had the wild hope that maybe it had given up. Then something hit the door. Not a knock, but a solid impact that made the whole door shudder in its frame. Then another. It wasn't using hands. It sounded like it was throwing its entire body against the door. The third impact splintered the wood around the deadbolt. The fourth tore the deadbolt completely out of the frame. The door held only because of the furniture I'd pushed against it, but the bookshelf was already sliding across the floor with each new impact. I ran to the kitchen, looking for the back door, but stopped. What if there were more of these things? What if one was already waiting at the rear of the house? The basement, I decided. The basement had a small window I could escape through if necessary, and only one entrance to defend. I ran down the basement stairs and shut the door behind me, wishing it had a lock. The basement was partially finished. Concrete floor, drywall on 2 sides, exposed foundation on the others. My furnace, water heater, and oil tank were along the back wall. A single bulb lit the space from the center of the ceiling. I heard the front door give way upstairs, the sound of wood splintering and furniture scraping across the floor. Then silence. It was inside my house. I stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs, knife held out in front of me, listening to it move around upstairs. The floors creaked as it walked. Occasionally something would fall or break. It seemed to be searching the rooms methodically. Then the basement door opened. I don't know what I expected, that it would rush down the stairs maybe. But it didn't. It stood in the doorway, having to stoop to fit its frame under the header. The single light bulb cast hard shadows across its skull and rib cage. Up close, I could see markings carved into the bone, symbols I didn't recognize. For a long moment, we just stared at each other. Then it started descending the stairs, one step at a time, those empty eye sockets never leaving me. I backed up until I hit the furnace. "What do you want?" I screamed at it. No response. It just kept coming. When it reached the bottom of the stairs, I noticed a smell, like dirt and rotting leaves and something metallic. I swung the knife in front of me, but it kept coming. I feinted toward it, hoping to scare it back, but it didn't even flinch. It reached for me with those long bone fingers. I ducked under its arm and ran to the other side of the basement, but it turned with surprising speed. That's when I noticed the oil. There was a small leak where the line connected to my furnace, creating a puddle on the concrete floor. The thing lunged at me. I dodged, but those long arms managed to catch my shirt. Its grip was impossibly strong. I stabbed at its arm with the knife, and to my surprise, the blade connected with something solid. The bone didn't break, but it made a sound, not a cry of pain, but a hollow, whistling noise that seemed to come from the skull itself. It let go momentarily, and I scrambled away. It came at me again, more aggressively this time. We crashed into the oil tank, hitting it hard enough to break one of the metal brackets holding it to the wall. The tank shifted, and the small leak became a steady stream. I was running out of space to maneuver. The oil was spreading across the floor, making it slippery. The thing kept coming, backing me into a corner. I could see now that the bone wasn't just dry calcium. There was something else, something moving through it like dark water through pipes. The furnace kicked on. I heard the familiar click of the ignition, and then I realized the oil, the furnace, the spark. I made a desperate move, shoving past the creature toward the stairs. Its arm caught me across the chest, sending me flying into the oil tank. The remaining bracket gave way, and the tank tipped forward, spilling its contents across the basement floor. The creature was between me and the stairs, advancing through the spreading oil. The furnace made that clicking sound again, struggling to light. Then it happened. A spark, a whoosh, and the oil ignited. The flames spread instantly across the floor. The creature stopped, looking down as fire climbed up its legs. For the first time, it made a sound, that same hollow whistle, but louder, more urgent. The animal hides it wore caught fire immediately. I had seconds to act. I ran through the flames toward the stairs, my pant legs catching fire as I went. The heat was incredible. Behind me, the creature was fully engulfed, those bone arms raised as if in supplication to something I couldn't see. I made it up the stairs and through the house, rolling on the floor to extinguish the flames on my clothes. The smoke was already filling the first floor. I ran out through the broken front door, not stopping until I reached the middle of the meadow. When I turned back, smoke was pouring from every window. The creature never emerged. The fire spread quickly. By the time the fire department arrived, the house was completely engulfed. I told them I'd fallen asleep with a candle burning. What else could I say? I drove to a motel 30 miles away that night and haven't been back since. My insurance company is handling the claim, but I'm not rebuilding. I'm not going back to Oak Ridge Valley. I've been researching online and found old legends about bone walkers in this region. Stories about skeletal beings that guard the deep woods, hunting those who trespass or take more than they should from the forest. Some accounts date back to early settlers, others are more recent. I don't know if the fire destroyed that thing or if it's still out there. I don't know why it came for me. All I know is that I still feel watched, even hundreds of miles away. Sometimes I wake up certain I can smell dirt and rotting leaves in my room. And when I look out windows facing east, toward Oak Ridge Valley, I can't shake the feeling that something is coming for me, walking steadily, unhurried, knowing it has all the time in the world. Story 19. I've been camping my whole life. Since I was a kid, my dad would take me out into the woods for weekends, teaching me how to identify plants, build fires, and leave no trace. After college, I'd go camping whenever I could get away from work, sometimes alone, sometimes with friends. It was always my escape, my reset button. That's why what happened last October has messed me up so badly. It took the one thing that always brought me peace and turned it into, well, you'll see. I had planned a solo weekend trip to a small state forest about 2 hours from my apartment. I'd never been to this particular spot before, but I'd heard from a coworker that it was pretty secluded and had some nice clearings perfect for camping. The fall colors were at their peak, those deep reds and golds that make the whole forest look like it's on fire when the sun hits just right. I arrived around 2 in the afternoon on Friday. The parking area was empty, which wasn't surprising given it was a weekday. I hiked about a mile in and found this perfect little clearing, just big enough for my 2-person tent and a small fire ring. I set up camp, gathered some firewood, and spent the afternoon just sitting in my camp chair, reading and enjoying the silence. That first night was perfect. I cooked some dehydrated chili on my little camp stove, had a couple beers I'd packed in, and just watched the fire die down until it was time to sleep. No weird noises, no strange feelings, just the usual forest sounds. I remember thinking how well I was going to sleep. And I did sleep great. No dreams that I can remember. Just deep, refreshing sleep. When I woke up Saturday morning is when things started to feel off. I unzipped my tent around 7 in the morning and immediately got this weird feeling, like I was being watched. I've spent enough time in the woods to know the difference between the normal awareness you have of wildlife and this. This was different. I kept glancing around at the tree line as I boiled water for coffee, constantly feeling like someone was just about to step out from behind a tree. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was just my imagination or maybe a deer watching me from the woods, but the feeling wouldn't go away. My coffee tasted bitter, and my instant oatmeal sat heavy in my stomach. After breakfast, instead of relaxing around camp like I'd planned, I felt this weird urge to walk deeper into the forest. It wasn't like me at all. I'm usually the kind of camper who sets up a base and does short hikes from there. But something about the trees seemed to be, I don't know if beckoning is the right word, but that's how it felt, like they wanted me to come further in. I grabbed my water bottle and compass, force of habit, and started walking. No pack, no proper hiking boots, just my camp shoes and the clothes I'd slept in. Looking back, that should have been my first clue something wasn't right. I never do that. I walked maybe 15 minutes, not following any trail, just pushing through underbrush and stepping over fallen logs. The whole time, that feeling of being watched intensified, but it wasn't threatening, more like something was guiding me. I know how crazy that sounds. And then I saw it. In a small break between trees, there was this object, a perfectly rectangular slab, maybe 3 feet by 6 feet, lying flat on the ground. It was completely smooth, almost glossy, with this deep black color that seemed to swallow the light around it. No scratches, no moss, nothing growing on it. Just this pristine, perfect rectangle surrounded by fallen leaves and forest debris. It looked completely out of place, like someone had dropped a piece of polished obsidian in the middle of the woods. But it couldn't have been newly placed there because there were no drag marks, no disturbed earth around it. It looked like it had been there forever, yet somehow remained untouched by nature. I approached it slowly. The closer I got, the heavier the air felt. My movements became sluggish, and I felt dizzy and disoriented despite being able to still see my campsite through the trees. It couldn't have been more than 30 feet away. That's another thing that didn't make sense. I'd been walking for at least 15 minutes, but somehow I'd circled back near my camp without realizing it. I reached out to touch the slab. My hand was maybe 6 inches away when a rush of freezing cold air surrounded me. And I mean freezing, like stepping into a walk-in freezer. But the trees weren't moving. There was no wind. just this pocket of Arctic air around me and the slab. Then came the noise, a thunderous crack that echoed through the entire forest, so loud I felt it in my chest. It sounded like the sky itself was splitting open above me, but when I looked up, the sky was clear blue between the autumn leaves. When the sound faded and I looked back down, two things hit me simultaneously. The slab was gone, completely gone like it had never been there, and the light had changed. What had been mid-morning sun was now the deep orange of approaching sunset. I checked my phone. 6:15 p.m. I'd lost over 8 hours standing in that spot. 8 hours gone in what felt like seconds. I stumbled back to my campsite in a daze. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. Tent still zipped, camp chair still by the cold fire pit, my book still open to the page I'd been reading. I should have packed up and left right then. That would have been the smart thing to do. But I was exhausted in a way I've never felt before, like something had drained every ounce of energy from my body. The thought of hiking back to my car and driving 2 hours seemed impossible. So I made a small fire, forced myself to eat a granola bar, and crawled into my tent as the last light faded from the sky. I zipped myself into my sleeping bag and tried to convince myself I'd just gotten turned around in the woods, maybe fallen and hit my head, explaining the missing time. But I had no bruises, no injuries, nothing to explain what had happened. I must have eventually fallen asleep because I woke up to a sound that turned my blood to ice. A deep, rumbling noise, like someone exhaling in this low, gravelly hum. Almost like snoring, but wrong. Distorted. It was coming from outside my tent, somewhere in the darkness. I froze, barely breathing, straining to hear any accompanying sounds. Footsteps, movement in the underbrush, anything. But there was nothing. Then the sound shifted. It had been coming from my left, but suddenly it was behind me, then to my right, then somewhere else entirely. It was circling my tent, but with no sound of movement between positions, just appearing in different spots around me. I clutched my pocket knife, a pathetic defense, I know, and stayed completely still. The rumbling continued for what felt like hours, circling and circling. Sometimes so close it sounded like whatever was making it was pressed right against the thin nylon of my tent. Other times it seemed farther away, out at the tree line. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I just lay there, knife in hand, as the sound continued its circuit around me. Eventually, I saw the faint lightening of dawn through the tent fabric. As soon as there was enough light to see, I unzipped the tent and burst out, half expecting to find something. But the clearing was empty. No footprints, no disturbed leaves, nothing to indicate anything had been circling my tent all night. I broke camp in record time. Didn't even fold my tent properly, just stuffed everything into my pack and practically ran back to the parking lot. I kept looking over my shoulder the whole way, that feeling of being watched more intense than ever. The drive home was a blur. I remember checking my rearview mirror constantly, convinced something was following me. When I finally got back to my apartment, I locked all the doors and windows, drew the blinds, and took the longest, hottest shower of my life, trying to wash away whatever had happened in those woods. That should have been the end of it. A weird, unexplainable camping trip that I could eventually file away as some kind of hallucination or strange natural phenomenon. But it wasn't the end. 3 nights after I got home, I jerked awake at 3 a.m. to that same rumbling sound coming from the corner of my bedroom. That same deep, gravelly exhale. I turned on every light in my apartment, checked every closet, looked under the bed, nothing. But the sound had been so clear, so unmistakably the same as what I'd heard in the woods. It's happened 6 more times since then, always in the middle of the night, always when I'm alone. That same rumbling breath somewhere in my apartment. I've recorded it twice on my phone, but when I play it back, there's nothing but empty static. Last week, I found a small pile of autumn leaves on my kitchen counter when I woke up. Red and gold leaves that couldn't possibly have gotten into my 3rd-floor apartment with all the windows closed. They looked exactly like the leaves from that forest. I haven't been camping since. I sold most of my gear. I can't even walk in the local park without feeling that watching presence. I've tried talking to a therapist, but I stopped after 2 sessions because how do you explain something like this without sounding completely crazy? Whatever I encountered in those woods, whatever that black slab was, whatever was circling my tent that night, it didn't stay in the forest. It followed me home. And sometimes, in the moments just before I fall asleep, I feel like I'm lying on something cold and smooth, something that doesn't belong in this world. I don't know what to do. I don't know if it will ever stop. All I know is that I was never supposed to find that slab in the woods, and now I can't escape it.